Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Tonight we're going to be solving frog crime. We'll be playing For Your Tranquility, a game of essentially acting as a coroner to try to solve crimes. It's supposed to be a little difficult. This is not something I'm planning on 100%ing, but it looked really cool, and I do like investigative games. And I see we have several people that were waiting. Hello, Drew, Chaos, Kebo, and Cats. Welcome, everyone, including any lurkers that may be present. Good times, good times. Let's see here. Let's check in with the kitties. I do have Ember on my shoulder here, being held like a little baby. We have Sky up in his cat tree, and we have claws in my neck. we have Sammy over on her pillow. Cats, I don't know if we're gonna complete the game, but we're gonna play it through for the stream. Hey there, Rune. We're gonna give it at least one go. Based on what I've read about it, we do have what's it? Thinking. The game is pretty difficult to get through fully. I think the longest stream I've done, Cats, was like in the 10-hour range. I know we ran a while for the debut stream. Well, the new model debut. Those are sanity point expensive. Like, you gotta commit. We'll see. Maybe in the future. We'll have to have some sort of arbitrary goal to complete, you know? All right, let's take a look at this here. About this one. Ember's being very snuggly. But Cats. Even if I never get up, what if I let you down? Beverage. Ember is orbiting me. Chaos, this is a game where you play as a coroner. You do autopsies after things like murders to try to help solve the crime. Ember. She is being very demanding. I stopped petting her for a moment to move the mouse, and she batted my hand back. This is one of those games, kind of like Mortuary Assistant, where a little bit of a content warning. While the graphics are like 2D, a little cartoonish, we've got some real Wind in the Willows style characters. This is an autopsy game, so expect to see giblets. Do. Maybe, Cats. I doubt. It depends. Like I said, you're gonna see things that you would see in, say, a science class during anatomy studies. Like I said, autopsies. Quit chewing my hand, Ember. Come here. Come here. Come here. She's being a nuisance. Don't worry, Rune. A big part of this channel is it being a chill experience. I can't always keep up with the whole conversation, but feel free to chat, you know. Come here, you. Come here. Intensive pets, come on. She's like messing with my camera and biting my fingers. When Ember wants attention, she gets it. Hey there, Marshmallow. This is a game called For Your Tranquility. It is a kind of... It's a little cartoonish and anthropomorphic animal world, but we're playing as a coroner, so we're doing autopsies to try to solve crimes. Well, if you were to look at my right shoulder, if you consider where my right shoulder is, Ember is currently climbing up of it and across the back of my chair and wriggling around. So she would be behind my head right now, all squirmy. So she hops down. She's going to circle back around and probably do that again. Normal game. That's a contextual statement. Let's see. Today is September 10th, 1998. Autopsy was completed at 2:30 p.m. local time. Autopsy completed, signed. Okay, the paperwork's done, ma'am. They are. Cats are the best. Good. You can keep writing documents like that in the future. And where are you going? I'm going to tidy up the autopsy room. You need to take a break, too. You can see from the punctuation and from the title screen, I think maybe Korean? I don't really recognize what the text is, but this is definitely a game that was translated to English. So there's a decent chance that we'll get things like odd punctuation and perhaps some odd dialogue as a result, where it doesn't quite read in English. I haven't seen anything like that yet in this game, but there's a decent chance. We get that a lot on Steam lately, but it ultimately just means that we're getting games from other cultures, and that's good. Yeah, Drew, I've known some people, like I mentioned, I think previously, I've known some people that are regulars in the channel, but you don't know that they were there until the end of the stream when they say goodbye, because they just like to come in and listen. And I appreciate the help with the code. The game dev sessions are fun. Neat. We have a lot of cases lately, so it's better to always have everything clean and ready for a new job. You stay here and read the autopsy manual. I'll clean up in a minute. I'll clean it up in a minute. Yes, ma'am. Reading manual, ... Someone is knocking at the office door. Is anyone in? Yes, we're in. Come inside. Long time no see. Some sort of law enforcement individual. Cats, generally, at most, I'm being sarcastic. I don't see a lot of use of being publicly harsh with somebody. I am made of at least 50% snark, but not a lot of hostility, not a lot of open hostility. Beverage. One moment. Sip, sip, sip. Long time no see. Lieutenant Ashel, it's been a while. Are you here for the case? Yes, that's right. Please sit. This is something that a lot of visual novels have problems with, is that they spend a lot of time on really quick back and forth dialogue with still scenes. You go right ahead. If there are any photos that are posted to the cat image boards, or if you want to take stills of the stream with the cats, that's fine. And it pulls up a chair and sits down. So what's the new case about? A body was found at the Yangqian River. I'm going to butcher these names. I know. I am certain I'm going to butcher these names because I do know that there are letter combinations that are sounds that in English pronunciation don't match the letters. You know, like the XH approximately. I was terribly embarrassed to encounter a very polite person that had those letters in their name and was too polite to tell me I was mispronouncing and talking to them. Terribly embarrassing. I mean, sometime I might show what some of the hardware is. Since I'm transitioning to new hardware, I might show some of the old hardware. I can talk about the setup. But, you know, maybe I'll show some things. Someday. Like, my setup is aiming towards being as practical as possible right now. One moment. Cough, cough, cough. Hey there, Sapphire. Yeah, I am appreciating the music in this game right now. It is very chill. I do like some string music. All right, thanks for joining us, Marshmallow. There was a person who went in the water to rescue the deceased, so we're still investigating. And you're here for... I don't think this is a simple drowning. I'd like you to perform an autopsy on the body. Anytime that I pause and go really silent, I'm probably coughing. I have, Sapphire, but thank you for the reminder. That's my phone, excuse me. Checking the phone. Officer Sumiki is here too. He can give you more details. So we're in the very protracted build-up to the game mechanics. No, I've had a cough for years. And it was one of those things that I had become so acclimated to that I never really thought about it to any great extent. Been seeing a doctor a couple times about it recently because somebody pointed it out that, you shouldn't be coughing that much. So I have some things that I try. If I do cough, there's some medicine I take, and it tends to alleviate it for a while. Used to be that that would happen repeatedly during streams. Seasons are changing, so a little bit of congestion. But not horrible hacking coughing fits. The one that looks like kind of a TV with a little digital face on it. I find string instruments like this can have a really nice wide range of emotion to them. The one with cat ears that looked like it was kind of like a TV. Oh, okay. That's Tass. He's one of the moderators, and he plays games with us a lot. You've probably seen him a couple of times. The avatar that was being used for him is the fan avatar. It is a catbot, and that is the prior to the Nanotype catbot factory product. It's also it also shows up in all the emotes. Small door opens and someone runs inside. He climbs on top of Lieutenant Ashel's shoulder. So, it's an anthropomorphized animal world, insofar as you do get the animal traits, but it is very like Wind in the Willows and similar in that the proportions of the animals, your red walls, your Wind in the Willows, those kind of things, where some of the animal proportions are preserved. So, Lieutenant Sumiki here, or Officer Sumiki, looks like a little lizard. Nobody on channel has seen my face fully. There have been a couple of instances where it slipped, and those images go away quick. Like little bits. Hey there, big brain. Welcome to the broadcast. We are very slowly getting into For Your Tranquility. Some people on the boards, just like you saw with prior streams, like some of the cameras used to point in a way that you could see my hand or something like that. It varies, big brain. It varies a lot, especially on the tall form stream, like you're watching through. People come in and go out. I'm not a huge channel. But we still go on. We still go on. People have a good time. And if you stick around, I hope you do too. I just finished sealing the scene off. Good job. This is the medical examiner. Tell him what you have. Allow me to explain about the case. We found a dead body at Yangshan River. The report came in at 1340, and there was only the body and the reporter when we got there. CSU says that there is plenty of water around the body. Well, thank you, Sapphire. I never thought that myself. Your voice is always your voice, and your voice is different in your own ears often. Like when you hear it yourself, and even in the recordings, I feel I sound different than that. But people have mentioned that, and I'm glad you folks enjoy that. You know, I might have to make some playlists for different moods. Um, like I've got a lot of let's see, I've got my standard music playlist for streams that don't have game music on them like this. There's a lot of like what was it? You have chill step, synthwave, some drift funk. That kind of music I enjoy. Um, my Maine Coons, when I had to drive them places, um, they would have a habit of getting up and blocking line of sight. Like Tom would like to periodically try to climb up on the dash, and at least in one of those short form clips, you can see the scale of Tom compared to like my hand. Uh, he was a big boy, so I could not allow him to do that. And a lot of it is just um, being cognizant of what they're doing and restraining them when it shows up. If they're a cat and if they really want to continue, they're going to keep trying. So, safe multitasking, you know? CSU says that there was plenty of water around the body, and that the time of death was about an hour or so before we got there. So a little afternoon, close to an hour afternoon. Yep, between 12:40 and 13:40. That's about what CSU says. The reporter was a college student called Oyan Wu. According to O's testimony, he was cleaning the park as a volunteer. This is going to be a lot more serious than Apollo Justice. And you can do things wrong, again, based on what I've read about the game, about the mechanics of the game. So, there are endings where you don't manage to solve the murder. I think there's something like 4 endings total, with one of them being the you failed. So we're going to play this during the stream. If it does reach a point where we don't want to go on, read as I get too frustrated with it, we might switch over and just do some puzzles to cool down. I don't like to keep playing a game if it's overly frustrating to me. I am of the mind that I'm fine with challenge, I'm fine with accomplishment, but games can easily become difficult or frustrating to some mindsets. So that can be irritating. When he started to clean the park, he was far away from the scene, so he's not sure what happened at the time. He approached the river to take a rest while finishing up the job. Then he saw something in the water and went in to take a closer look. And once he realized it was a person, he tried to save the man. Officer Sumiki, what time did the report come through? Did you check? Yes, sir, I did. It was at 13:20. So, towards the late end of the estimated time of death, I believe. Hey there, Echo. Welcome, welcome. We're just getting started. Well, we're just getting started with the game. We've been chatting. So the caller must have tried to save the man between around 1 and 1:20. After that, he tried giving CPR to the unconscious man, but it was no use. We taped the scene off and are now searching for evidence around the Yangjiang River. TSU says the decomposition will be fast as the body was exposed to water, so we're transporting the body here right now. What's that, Echo? This is the scene report I received, so you might need more evidence from the scene. So I got you permission to investigate the scene. Which PC? Oh, Ember's getting in front of the camera. I don't know what that is. Is that the rain jump or a Therain jump? And either way, I don't know what that is. If my PC crashes, if the game crashes, I'll just have to reboot the PC. I'll change the camera scene. If the stream PC crashes, the stream will go dead for a little bit, and I'll have to recover. Hey there, Fraggy. Come on. That's everything, sir. Thank you. There are a lot of cases lately. The police have a lot to do, so we'll be going. Yeah, we can see some of the translation oddities going on here. The autopsy's room opened and Miss Yan emerged. This would be our boss, apparently. Did we have visitors? I explained what happened. Then I'll take the body in. You go check the scene. Go to the river. Ah, okay. Use the board, pick the Polaroid. If it has police tape, we can't go there yet. The scene is quiet. With the bushes covering the scene, it's almost like it's separated from the rest of the park. Even if anything happened here, no one would have noticed unless they looked closely. We're doing good, Fraggy. We're doing good. And hey there, Toko. Yeah. Sammy is once again... Sammy is really becoming one of the cats that is a constant fixture. Ember, when she's not being super needy like she is tonight, is also very commonly on camera, since they kind of have their spot. You have to collect evidence to write a case log and complete the autopsy report to figure out the full account of the case. It has a similar vibe so far, Cats. It's interactive fiction, but I believe some of the key ways of investigation are going to be different, and I'm pretty confident we don't have, like, soap opera courtroom drama. Record and piece of evidence is categorized. Each record becomes a subcategory, and you can view the details by right-clicking. Don't worry, if you want to chat about something, Rune, just feel free. Don't worry about it, Limitless. You show up when you show up, and that's fine. I appreciate it when you can show up. Let's see. Pictures of each piece of evidence. These are recordings. You can check the conversation about each piece of evidence. These are deduction sentences. Finish each sentence to reach the truth. It shows the deduction sentence you selected. You can complete the sentence by clicking the relevant evidence from the list on the left. It might add a new piece of evidence to the autopsy report. This is very much a puzzle mystery game. And again, we can fail. So we're going to try playing through it a little bit, and hopefully it won't reach a point of it gets too frustrating to go on, whether it is a matter of difficulty or a matter of tedium. Both of those things can happen. We didn't complete scene investigators for that reason. After a while, it became kind of tiresome and opaque to try to solve the questions, because some of the evidence was really hard to find, and they left out very critical points that required you to make crazy logical leaps. Yeah, Rune, generally I have dedicated Wi-Fi to ensure the use of my phone, and I don't consume a lot of data on it otherwise. I like puzzles, cats. I like puzzles. Particular types of puzzles, but I like puzzles. Well, Rune, either way, I'm glad you could join us. If you can't keep your connection, then thank you either way. The selected deduction sentence is activated. You can choose a piece of evidence to fill the blank. Close the case. You have to write an autopsy report. Click here to move to the autopsy report in case. You can write the deceased information and your opinion on the case. Interesting. Cause of death. And if you've entirely figured out the cause of death and reached the truth, click the complete button. Check that on the computer. I mean, I would allow anybody to try to pet my cats. That one in particular wouldn't let you. She would completely ghost if a new person entered the area. Ember, Sammy, Sherbet, and Mason all ghost if a new person enters the area. Sky will go out and greet them. Okay. This is a knife. There's some substance smeared on it, and the blade is worn down. Was this used as a weapon? Kinda looks like it. I mean, it looks like it cut. It doesn't look like it stabbed. Though I don't know if that's going to be true. Sometimes these games don't do a good job of presenting the evidence's appearance very well. Sometimes. I should request an analysis. Smells awful. It's someone's vomit. Okay, that's not... I thought it might be like a cloth or something, but no, it's a lump of vomit. Did someone throw up here? Hey there, Mud. Welcome to the stream. We're playing For Your Tranquility. It's a crime scene investigation game. Would anyone throw up here? All the characters in it are anthropomorphized animals. And it looks like the kind of anthropomorphization that has a particular size scale, like a kind of a drifts towards the middle where tiny creatures stay tiny and the sort of medium-sized creatures drift towards medium. Hey there, Freddy. Welcome to the broadcast. Is there a broken fishing rod here? This is a no fishing area. Did someone break it? Well, one would assume. Reeds are very tall. They're blocking view on all sides. A cell phone. Wow. That's a real bit of an 80s cell phone there. Not quite, but it's a chunky cell phone. That cat is named Sammy, Mud. For those that are new to the channel, let's see how many we can spot. We should be able to spot at least 2. Okay. I probably will never do a face reveal limitless. Don't worry, it's not a sorry thing. It's a, that is a clear fact thing. Let's see. We can see Ember giving herself a little bath there. Sky is sleeping up in the tree. Sammy, of course, sleeping on the squishmallow. And I think that might be Sherbet looking out the window. He blends in with the coloration in the area a bit. Right. Let's switch over. Let's see if camera 1 will behave. The camera that Ember's on sometimes flakes out. Is there a cell phone here? This is the river. If he drowned here, plankton that lives here will be found on the body. I should collect some. Let's make a call to another department and request an inspection. So this calls to other departments thing is supposed to be one of the things you can mess up, because you only really have time to send something off to like one department. So if you choose the wrong department to analyze something, you might not have time, or you effectively don't have time to get a different analysis done. Trash can. There's a cigarette butt here. It's still hot. If the timeline matches, he could have witnessed the death. The kitties are cute. I really like them. They're very precious. So I will periodically switch over. I always try to keep one of the cats on camera at all times. If I don't notice, feel free to call out and I can try to find another one. It's rare that all of them are hiding. Also a half-empty beer can, too. Footprints. This is blood. Was he in a fist fight here? I mean, that's a mean fist fight if there's that much blood. If there's enough blood to leave clear footprints, I think you've exceeded fist fight. We've transcended that. We've gone beyond it. This is that you're losing a worrying amount of blood. The blood is still wet. where the body was. We've gathered all evidence in the park. The cats always come with me if I have to move around. It has led to some very interesting long-distance drives. In that not all accommodations will accept cats. So it has led to things like having a car full of them and having to sleep in the car. There are 5 cats total, Mud. One of them wasn't visible on camera when we did our last check. That's where the body was. It's still wet here. Okay, so now... Well, thank you, Gladiator. Alright, so we have the source of the knife, the damage to the knife. The knife is, like, blunted. The knife was used as a weapon. I suspect the what is definitely a blood stain. Amber there really was my, was the first cat, well, I'm sorry, second cat that tugged at my heartstrings to get me to choose to adopt them. The first one was Rorschach that I set out to, I was looking to adopt another cat, and Rorschach at the shelter was, so they had a lot of cats to look at, and one of them was in one of the kind of visiting rooms. And Rorschach was, like, hiding in a corner, all curled up, afraid. And one of the things that they'd mentioned is not a lot of people were interested because Rorschach would hide. But a couple had come in with their little girl. And I think they were looking at other animals, but she wanted to visit them. So she spent the whole time sitting in the room with Rorschach and eventually coaxed him out to play. And once that happened, he was really sociable, really friendly. But clearly the environment was making him really scared. And with that, it's like, yeah, he's getting adopted. He's getting adopted right now. And he was really cuddly. Hey there, Nearly. 2, Drew. About 2. The, one of the oddities with Rorschach is one of the toys that he came home with, that they gave him in the shelter, was a little felt rope. It's kind of, two little strips of felt wound together into a cord, maybe a foot long. And he would carry that around, like a comfort thing. Like, if he was looking for somebody to pay attention to or similar, he would carry that around and cry. Very much like the baby blanket kind of thing. And this was the one that was a ball of muscle. He was rectangular, just a brute, but a real sweetheart. Okay, so this is probably going to be the blood on the knife, so we'll have to figure that out. Somebody vomit. What's it related to? Hey there, Wolf. Cell phone bushes. Whose cell phone is it? Let me determine whose beer can and cigarette that is. Why was the bloodstain made, and the DNA of the bloodstain. So this is the guy that reported it. My current beverage, because sleep was not great last night, is a Monster Ultra Strawberry Dream. Hey there, Ghost. First caller worked at a factory as an intern. Okay. You're here. Did you receive the body? I did. It's in the autopsy room. We need to start the autopsy, so get in here. Yes, ma'am. Cells closely. Conduct an inspection on cells collected from the autopsy. Finder where you can write the autopsy report, just a different set of tool. It's a small stream at the moment, Mud. Someday one would hope that we can get to be a bigger channel, but I'll always try to keep up with chat, or at least interact with people as much as possible. You can call other departments or people to analyze evidence further or get new information. You can check the recordings and security camera videos here. You can go to the autopsy room. Hey, how's the body? It's not in a bad state. Liver is still unfixed. Purple marks that appear on corpses after death. Or livor, I guess. The color gets darker as time passes. Okay. I might have to look into that, Cats. I was considering listening to this, seeing if my music provider has some kind of classical music like this. I think, especially if we have like a puzzle game day or even some coding streams, it might be fun to try out some chiller music. The group that I get my music through is called Epidemic Sound, or the company. They've been really good about that. I tried no copyright sound for a bit, but the music that I liked was kind of limited through them. The crediting pattern was a bit cumbersome, and people have still managed to abuse it on YouTube. Epidemic Sound is pretty reliable in that front. They're very active in making sure that if you use their service, that you don't get claims on your channel. It's part of the reason that I don't play Final Fantasy XIV on stream, even though I like that game's story. Welcome back, Sapphire. Body's temperature is not too low, according to the thermometer inside the stomach. He's not been dead for long. I collected the blood already, so let's get to the autopsy. Click. Frog crime. Read the steps in the manual, right? Yes. Clothes, surface of the body, and the internal organs, right? Yep. To conduct a post-mortem, we examine the clothes and the wounds on the body's surface, and to start the autopsy from the abdomen. There's usually a list on the right-hand side, Cats, that will show who's currently online in Discord. You can, Mud. You can feel free to share the stream, link the channel however you like. How should we treat the body? With respect, ma'am. That's right. Let's get started then. Ah, okay, we look for clues. The Discord server is... It's not a real high activity server. People pop in to converse when somebody starts a conversation. So the easiest way to get a conversation going is to start one. Whether that's posting a picture in the channel, in one of the photo boards, asking questions, that kind of stuff. A lot of people pay attention to the server, even if they're not starting conversations. Smell fruit. It's yellow and it seems to be a liquid. Fruit juice, maybe. I can't tell for sure because his clothes are dark. I need to take a sample to make sure. Cotton swab. So, Wolf, if you check my channel page, or technically the description of the video, though it won't be a link in there, there's a link to a LinkTree page. And that page has a link to all of my social channels and the Discord server. Stain sample, help me get accurate information. Wrinkled from the center to the edge. The wrinkles remain intact because it was soaked. Looks like someone grabbed it with a lot of force. Someone grabbed it with their 4 fingers. It's emphasized because you have things like we're seeing like the number of digits. So, Cats, we had a conversation in one of the Monster Hunter streams. We had several conversations that were very much that kind of thing, like what counts as soup? I think we were also, one of the running gags in those streams was, what kind of dog does this monster look like? I play neither of those, Limitless. So, shape of the wrinkles, so 4-fingered left-handed person. I'm not sure if the subject grabbed the shirt himself or if it was a third party. Is the water leaking through the loose shoe leather? It's probably river water, but I should collect it for closer inspection. Swab. The shoelace on the left is untied. The other side is tied tightly, so why is this one untied? Came loose. There's dirt there. Footprint is in a very clear shape. Sherbet has come for his pats. When Sherbet wants attention, he climbs up behind my head. Like he's flopped down between the headrest of the chair and my neck right now. He tends to strafe in, get attention, and strafe off. Limitless, the big thing about being a streamer, if you want to go beyond it just being a hobby where you share stuff that you're doing just, casually, is recognize one, I think starting is recognizing that you're not just trying to play games online, you're trying to entertain people one way or another. So always keep that in mind. That's a good starting place. And the other is figuring out what you want to do, like as part of the stream, and figure out how to make that attractive to other people. Like, if you're a gaming channel, why will somebody watch your gaming channel versus all the other gaming channels? That kind of thing. Uh, my family once had a Great Dane. Simultaneously, we had a Shih Tzu. And the Great Dane was raised from a puppy. And so it grew up alongside the older Shih Tzu. And this was a big Great Dane. He was the runt of the litter, and he was definitely smaller than his father. His father was enormous. But he was still a Great Dane. Big old dog. But since he had grown up from a puppy with an adult Shih Tzu, he was convinced that the Shih Tzu was his parent. So you would have circumstances like they would be barking out the door at somebody that they could see, and the Great Dane would be standing behind the Shih Tzu, but over top of it, like you could see the Shih Tzu had precedence. The Shih Tzu was in charge, but it was just dwarfed by the Great Dane. In the same vein, since the Great Dane grew up from being a puppy and grew up alongside a smaller dog, the Great Dane was convinced that he too was a lapdog. So he would do things like slowly back up onto a chair and try to curl up on your lap, effectively taking up the entire chair and practically crushing you. Because he wanted to sit in your lap the same way the little Shih Tzu could. Oh, yeah, well, the Discord server you have when you come in, there's only the lobby. That is a bot trap. Anybody that comes in, I have to look at their, like, me or a mod needs to look at them and determine, is this probably a human? Then we'll let them into the server. Where are the deceased shoes? It definitely looks like it was his footprint. So are they saying it was the footprint, the blood footprint that we found? Yeah, Wolf, it's a manual process at the moment. In theory, I might be able to figure out a way to wire it into YouTube so that there's an automated process to it, but I haven't yet done that. It would also require that people have linked their social media accounts, like Discord to YouTube, that kind of thing. But that's a good thought. That's a good thought. I could go in and set it up so that people from YouTube have a corresponding role. That would save trouble. Because it's primarily people that kind of swarm in from Twitter that become the problem. If you want to get a bunch of attention from people that are either bots or just trying to sell you streaming backgrounds and the like. Put VTuber in your descriptions or in your tweets. I have no idea, Limitless. It would depend on what's going on by, if that happens. This was made while running. It could have been dangerous. So the text is cumbersome, but I'm guessing we know what the footprint looks like, and it sounds like the tread of it might be from the prints at the lake. But he's asserting if the shoe had become untied, then if the suspect or the deceased was running, this may have caused them to fall. Too early to inspect. Oh, we gotta keep with the clothes. Faint smell of iron, so probably blood. Hey there, Big Brain. Welcome back. Well, that's good, Wolf. What liquid smells of iron? I should take a sample. Swab. Loan consulting. Safe loan, quick deposit. Payday loans. I found a name card kind of thing in his right pocket. Let me see. Moneylender. Isn't this a loan shark? Think so. Put it in the case log. Check it out later. Should I call this guy? Scratch marks. The fabric is scratched in a line. It was scratched multiple times in one direction. The cross sections of the cut strands are rough. Almost looks like maybe like claw marks or something. Something between the strands. Is this a fingernail? Indeed it is, a broken fingernail. The shape matches the deceased chipped right fingernail. Huh. That's odd. So he, ripped his own pants like that? I mean, it matched the 3 fingers, but that's a grip. Find the reason for the scratches. We're checking the surface of the clothes first. I mean, I get that. I have been itchy enough for it to be damaging. Did I miss a joke? Well, Kat, regarding the factory, the Catbot factory has been modified to suit Catbot in nanotype workers, so any sort of human being entering the factory has to be carefully vetted to make sure that they will properly maneuver around the factory for their own safety. I've had the same situation, Wolf. I've had the same situation. Itching really gets to me. Found a wallet. It's very old. He must have had it for ages. I think there's something inside. Okay, we got ID cards. A disability card. I'm assuming this is like a handicap ID. And a general ID card. It says public housing. What kind of cards? ID card, proof of disability. I don't know what a disability grade 6 is. Put them in the case log. It's just dirty water, but it came from the inside of his pants, so probably soiled himself in death. The proto-nanotype runs the Catbot factory. This was done on the suggestion of the lead researcher in a completely consensual and safe fashion. Second here. Hitting buttons. Horizontal stream can be pretty quiet. I'm really happy that we're seeing so many folks come through the tall form stream. That's definitely going to continue at this point. Excrement usually comes out within 5 minutes of death. If I can determine the time of his defecation, I can estimate his time of death. I haven't opened him up yet, but I should collect it to compare with the feces with his stomach contents. Although mixed with river water, I was able to collect his fecal matter. As I request for analysis, I can get more information. No, Ember is snoozing now. She's in her favorite spot. Nope, you can see her on camera there. She is napping across from the keyboard. Well, for those that haven't seen that, you can see inside. It is the outer housing for most of the body is empty. Well, shameless plug for the channel, but the emojis are part of the membership process. There are 2 membership tiers on the channel. The primary difference between the tiers is that the standard tier, the $5 one, gets early access to the short form videos, so you get spammed with those really fast once I get rolling with them again. But the $1 one includes the emotes. I wonder if eventually, no worries, Gladiator. I wonder if eventually they're going to give brand channels like mine access to the free channel gifts. If it was a personal channel, then I could do that. But oh well. Smells awful up close, so there's something on his shoes. Smells like one of the oils used in factories. Okay, well, the person who reported it worked at a factory too. Smeared all around the edges of his shoes. This oil get here. I should collect it and send it for analysis. Swab. Collected. Need to continue inspecting thoroughly. Remove the clothes. Yep. So tool-wise, we have a magnifying lens, a sampling swab, tweezers, a scalpel, and a bone saw. Snip, 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 snip. Frog nudity. Same deal here. You have to look carefully with a magnifier. Eyeball. Junctiva clean. No sign of petechial hemorrhage to indicate he was strangled either. So the eyes didn't go all buggy and bloodshot. What's this? All too mingled to make out. There's also something between his teeth. Smells a bit acidic. Maybe gastric regurgitation. So this could be a sign that the vomit at the scene is from him. I should take a sample. Swab. Leaves on the side of his mouth. Underwater for a while. So one possibility. Hey there, Levi. Good to see you again. Continuing to plug the channel. If you look at the icons next to Levi's name, that is I believe that's a 3-month membership badge. That sound about right there, Levi? I think I can see 2 cats clinging to the cat bot. Shameless plug, shameless plug. But good to see you again, Levi. Found near the river. Perhaps the leaf came from that river. Yep, tweezers. How have you been, Levi? How you been? Time passes, doesn't it? Unusual looking scar around the neck. It's like a rash. An autoimmune reaction, perhaps. An allergic reaction. Test him for allergies. Let's test for peaches first. tomatoes. A mango allergy. Okay. So, a mango allergy, yellow fruit juice on the shirt, and signs of vomiting. So, part of it could be they drank that. Yeah, I've been trying to do a variety of things on the channel, trying out new stuff, seeing what people like, seeing what's fun. Said someday I'll do some model painting on stream, but I'm still working on all of the logistics of that. I don't have all of the space set up for a painting area because it needs to be completely segregated from the kitty cats. Especially Sky, he'd wreck everything. But with that said, do have to take a quick break. For those that are new to the channel, if you like what you've seen so far and would like to see more, remember to like and subscribe. Getting settled back in, just a moment. And we're back. Mud, you will be let into the Discord. I generally do that after stream. If I'd thought about it, I would have done it during the break. Like I said before, it's the process of letting people into the server just requires me to take a look at them and set a flag. I don't automatically let people into the server because that has led to some art bots getting in. And once an art bot gets in, it starts to spread to other people I know. And they're annoying. mango allergy. Anaphylaxis happens almost immediately. So when the mango was consumed will be critical. What do you mean what happened there, Cats? Well, don't get yourself in trouble, you know. Oh, I mean, we were about an hour and a quarter in, hour and a half in, so it was about time for me to take a quick break. Oh wow, they're all dodging. Let's do a quick eyeball around the room here. Well, 3 of the visible ones. Well, 3 of them that I can see right now are getting some food. One second. I'm gonna take a quick look around. Sorry to break just a moment, but be right back again. I gotta check something. Well, that's one mystery solved. Loading back in. All right, we're back. Oh, it's a moment. Okay, so I took that second break. Had to move something heavy. So the bed that you can see that is on the camera where Sammy normally is has storage space under it. And Mason and Sherbet like to wiggle in there. I thought I had a barricade set up so that they couldn't, but Mason found a way in there. The problem is they have trouble getting out. So the fact that I hadn't seen Mason in a little bit led me to check, and they had wormed past one of the barriers. So I'm going to have to reconfigure that. It required me lifting the bed up to see the storage space underneath. And I'm all frail. All right, let's... Okay, but back for real. Back for realsies. Mangoes are very expensive. Oh. One's on both wrists. And fresh, so these look like kind of like rope injuries. Yeah. I find the bed very heavy. They're usually when they're doing that, that means that they saw like a small animal through the window. Squirrels, chipmunks, that kind of thing, small birds. I can always tell for sure if there's a small animal out there because you'll hear a thunk when one of them takes a swipe at the window. Longest stream? I think more than 8 hours. We had one that ran a really long time. I usually try to stop before 6 hours in case somebody on YouTube tries to claim the music or something like that. Because if that happens, there's a way to keep the video alive without having to lose the viewership on it. Um, oh, yeah, yeah. Misspelling something, thinking you got it right, or just as badly every now and then autocorrect will try to anticipate what you're writing and think you're misspelling it. So that's one of the fun things when it leads to very silly stuff. Two thinly indented scars wrapped around the wrist. So it looks like wrist tied. Fresh bruises. Very little hemorrhaging and almost no discoloration. Punch with quite some force because it doesn't look like weapons were used. All right, Gladiator. Good. Mason's still visible. That means he hasn't wormed his way under the bed again. It's interesting so far, cats. We'll see how far we get. We're moving kind of slowly, so we might do another stream or so of it. We'll see. Sloppy first trained professional. He might have been in a messy fist fight. Just before they died, then. My chest and not face. Perhaps trying to conceal the bite. Oh, cut on the throat. Or an attempted cut on the throat. Long diagonal scar. He got it a long time ago. No? Inflicted with a fast attack. What do you mean by a long time ago, then? Upper right to bottom left gets thinner towards the bottom. So that would be down right to left. Means it went in deeper on the upper right. I have seen Zootopia, cats. Pretty solid movie. always found it interesting that the narrative of it, the original pitch, like the first draft of the script, was very different. Much stronger on the underlying narrative. The person who did this must have been right-handed and skilled. That means they're saying that the cut and the bruising are different people. Common abrasion, scrape knee. So bruising around the wound. Subject bumped into something hard or fell down or... Check for substances on the scrape. Careful, careful. Bloody dirt and stone fragments. Blistered skin. So, I wouldn't in the future. Not really a dog person, though. Like I mentioned in the past, like family pets have included dogs. So this is those same shoes, probably worn a long time and not necessarily well fitting anymore. So a lot of like blistering, that kind of stuff. So not comfy shoes any longer. Scrapes on the backs of the calves, like an old scar. Oh, thin tapered wooden stick used for corporal punishment. Ouch. Hey, Cabo, this is the game that we were talking about. We are doing autopsies. Multiple scars in the area, but no signs to indicate that there was any resistance. Okay, these are the scratches from that went through the shorts, essentially. A big part of this Cabo is actually solving the mystery. So it's less, it's harder to do things like save scum in this one. And you can get it wrong. You cannot solve the mystery. Size and shape. The scars were caused by fingernails. Any idea what might have caused these wounds? So maybe they have some sort of tick, like scratching at their leg? What happened? That's what we need to find out. Let's continue. Old and faint. Okay, same thing as on the back of his leg, so... So again, this mentions corporal punishment, potentially. We can see 3 cats on the cat cam right now. We've got probably Sammy up top. Sherbet looks like he's in his little house, and Mason looks like he's in the window. You always get weird facts from really enthusiastic teachers. Um, I remember a chemistry teacher. There's a particular chemical that if you soak your skin in it, it will open your pores enough, like it will dilate the capillaries in your skin enough that you can actually like bleed from contact. So the gimmick on that, the shock value of the lesson was that they would soak their hand in it and then slap their hand on a piece of paper and it would leave a bloody handprint. Like with no wounding to the skin or anything like that. There are some really good like professor or teacher does chemistry kind of things that you can find on YouTube. So we have corporal punishment marks on the back of the calves and on the sides of the abdomen so far. Sharp object cut on hand. So this may be like a defensive wound. Not deep enough to show bone. Judging by the depth and shape, must have been a bladed object like a knife. So we have knife injury on neck, knife injury on hand. Straight line across the fingers, not the palm. Okay. Not self-defense. From the attacker's own force. That's odd. I don't get what that means. Like, why would he have a knife injury, like a blade injury while striking, you know? An attack wound. Are they saying like his grip slipped and went down the blade? Calluses? Okay, yeah, you can see they when they zoom in, it's very roughened. These more corns and calluses on his left hand. He must be left-handed. Amputated thumb. Okay, so one thing is we have like a rash blooming on the neck. We have a juice stain on his shirt that was on his shirt. We have signs of vomiting, and then we have a left-handed grip on the center of the shirt. Could this have been that he was starting to lack the ability to breathe? Like, is this meant to be he had an allergic reaction? Remember, if you folks aren't feeling well, make sure you take it easy. Better to rest and recover when you can, you know. A old hand injury, like chopped off part of the thumb on the left hand. Deep wound. Pieces of rock or dirt left in the skin tissue. Okay, so left knee and left side of the face have like dirt and rocks in them. So, and bruising on the left side. Is this... Some of this is signs of, like, these are old injuries. The corporal punishment marks are old injuries. The bruising is before death. So what's going on here? All right. Well, here you go, folks. We're going in. I have to check inside him, sharp as ever. Let's get on with it. Slice, slice, slice. Slice, 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 slice. Oh. Tracing, tracing. Oh, there's a little gooey noise there, folks. Giblets. It's the correct order of organ extraction. Heart, liver, lung, stomach, bladder, large intestine. Crack them with the scissors. Separate the organs and put each one in the tray. By separating the rest, I'll give you the tools you need. Is frog liver located up here? There's stomach. We check the brains. Remarkably realistic. This dirt all over the skin. Let's examine the organs on the dissecting tray. Pick up the pace from here on. Now that the organ is out of the body, it will decompose even faster. Good to be careful while using a scalpel, but try to speed up before the body decomposes, or evidence could get contaminated otherwise. Collect cell tissue from the organs, too. Bad state. Looks pale overall and overworked. I don't get the question there, Kat. Blood vessels are hard enough to make you think they're solid, so a lot of, like, build-up, I guess. Atrium doesn't look as bad as the other parts, because there's oxygenated blood from the lungs here. A blood clot. cause of death was atrial fibrillation or an arrhythmia, so potentially like a heart attack. Arteriosclerosis. Don't think it ruptured. It's clogged enough to stop blood from flowing, so building heart disease. His eating and living habits must have been unhealthy. A single healthy organ. I'm guessing liver here. Could have been an alcoholic. Overweight for his body frame. And if he didn't take good care of his body, his fatty liver and cirrhosis could have only worsened. Collect this one. The petri dish, observe it under the microscope. Even from the outside, the surface looks very rough and hard. Based on the progression of the disease, I think it's hepatocirrhosis. Somebody must have done their research for this game. Hard time due to indigestion and loss of appetite. You'd be surprised if hepatic encephalopathy got him into a coma. Examine him closer. Need to find traces of water coming through the bronchi. Dry drowning could be an explanation. I need to examine more. Unlike lungs of a person who drowned, I don't see any congestion in the pulmonary alveoli, that's caused by a large body of fluid. So it doesn't seem like the cause of death was inhaling water and not being able to breathe accordingly. So this lends to the fact that the body may have been dumped in the water, as opposed to they fell in the water and drowned. So we have layers of possibilities here. So they're showing he's very unhealthy, like drinking, unhealthy living. So, not a lot of exercise, not eating well, and drinking, apparently. Then we have signs of older physical abuse. We have signs of at least older assault. So the knife wound on the old knife injury on the neck and on one of the hands, that seems to imply some sort of altercation. And then we have what probably is rope injuries, like lacerations from rope around the wrists. So there's a lot going on here. No sign of dry drowning, such as larynx constriction. So, highly likely he did not drown. Collect sample. Hey there, really? This is a crime scene investigation and autopsy game. We're playing as a coroner. So we're presented with a potential murder. And now we're going through the full autopsy process so that we can get samples and data to try to put together a narrative. Welcome back, Chaos. We have reached the gooey bits stage of the game. Smell of alcohol is really strong. Okay, this goes along with the cirrhosis of the liver and that kind of thing. Also food that hasn't been fully digested. Ample signs of gastric secretions. Esophagus. Some damage from gastric regurgitation that occurred today. So there was signs of vomit on the lips, and there's vomit at the scene. Not a severe wound, though. Any signs that indicate he throws up often. I don't think he's the type to vomit when drunk. So there's definitely signs. We don't know if it was inflicted or accidental, but there is a decent sign that he consumed something that he was allergic to. Could have made him throw up at this time. Duodenum. Remnants of melted and decomposed food mixed with gastric fluid. Well, yeah. Going down the duodenum. Seeing from the stomach contents here, he probably didn't digest his breakfast well. Undigested food. Drank a lot of alcohol. Residue from ramen and snacks. Unidentifiable things, too. Squidgy bits. So one of the mini games here is tracing the line quickly enough, because if you don't open up the organ quickly enough, the samples will decay. Hey there, Okaneki, welcome. So looks like ulceration in the stomach. How you doing, Okaneki? Inflammation around the bleeding area. Potential direct cause of death. Suppose he could have experienced heart palpitations, dizziness, blood vomits, difficulty breathing, fainting shocks, and even death. Wow. That sounds like your standard sort of possible symptom list for like an allergy medication or something like that. At least for those in the US. Bladder, I guess. Empty because it was discharged immediately post-mortem. No choice but to examine this further. Sample bit. Inflammation in the bladder? Usually it's because a person drinks too little water or holds it in for too long. But it can also be caused by too much alcohol, coffee, or tea. Well, if too much alcohol is a cause, then a possible cause, then it seems probable that that's the cause, given that there are signs of much alcohol consumption. Intestines, I guess. Hard to gain information if we don't speed things up. Let's step it up. Okay, so I lost potential data in this part. All right, Mud. Thanks for joining. Small intestine, judging from the inflammation, must have had an unhealthy diet. Sample. Feces residue. So this is what we want to do is compare what we can find in the intestines versus what we extracted essentially in his pants post-death, so that we can get an idea of time of death. Frogs tend to digest food quickly, after all. Given the state of his health, he probably ate the food 3 days ago. That's right, Conduct. We're playing an investigation game. Brains. Blood vessels are not in good shape. They're not big, but small cysts are forming on multiple blood vessels. Considering the blood vessels themselves look quite unhealthy, it's likely he had high blood pressure or other vascular disease. That lines up with the heart. He had a lot of plaque forming in the arteries in the heart, and they said, based on what they could see, he was at risk for heart complications that could be lethal. It's like the outside of the brain was ruptured by an external impact. Be related to the dirt found during the autopsy. So one possibility is the fell over on the left hard kind of thing, because I don't know if this is left or right side, but injuries on the left side, as well as bruises on the left side, that kind of thing. We look from top to bottom. It looks like there's only subarachnoid hemorrhage in the cerebral cortex. I don't think anything is broken or damaged here. No major issues with the thalamus or the gray matter either. In order to identify if any of this has to do with the cause of death, I need to see if there was bleeding inside his brain. Samples. Squidge. How you doing today, Contact? I think I'm pretty much done with the autopsy. Are the organs in good shape? Not great, really. I'll have to examine them under the microscope. See if there's anything unusual about any of them. It's kind of walking us through the process here. Brought the samples, right? That doesn't sound familiar to me, there, really. Samples under the microscope and compare it to the pictures of a normal cell. Record any anomalies. The cell tissue and click Observe to inspect the cell under the microscope. This to control the microscope and compare with a normal cell. Find an anomaly, click to Observe. Really bad shape. Should take a good look. Oh. Clicked outside of it. It's kind of obnoxious. Normal looking. Expected there's a lot of inflammation. I see thrombus, which I think is like clotting or buildup of blood. If you find that your capod or nanotype is leaking nanofluid, then it is advised that you do not come into contact, drink, touch, or that you do not touch, drink, or otherwise come into contact with the nanofluid. Instead, you are advised to look away, do not inhale fumes near the fluid, do not look at the nanofluid, and instead contact Catbot factory support, and then proceed to the nearest window or outside of the building to await a team of specialists. This, I found these medicine traces examined at the lab. Found blood clots, too. Don't worry, the specialist will solve the problem for you. Arrhythmia, then. Request for an analysis. Berry damage due to cirrhosis. So this is a spot the difference sequence. So this is what the normal looks like. And a lot of this will look normal, but we're looking for a difference here. Yeah, like that. So, let's see. It's this area here has a difference. Definitely the final stages of cirrhosis. A lot of this is emphasizing our victim here is crazy unhealthy, or was leading up to this incident. See that the cells didn't function properly and died. The liver would not have been able to detoxify toxins or alcohol properly in this state. But I don't think it's hepatic encephalopathy. Don't worry, folks. I don't know a lot of these things other than at a surface level either. A lot of these words just mean bad liver thing to me. Just gonna give it a once over, make sure. Go. Don't see any microorganisms, no sign of water entering the lungs. Drowning or dry drowning needs to be ruled out. Really is very placid music. Sign of water in the lungs. Can't see any plankton in the lungs. Usually appears in the lungs of the drowned. It's very kind of tutorial sequence going on. Inflamed stomach cells. Was it enough to be a bleeding ulcer? Inflammation between the cells. You can see a lot of blood cells because of the bleeding. I'm sure it's gastrointestinal bleeding. Pain must have been so intense that you'd have a hard time moving properly. Plant fiber and all kinds of food. Doesn't look like leaf vines. Like flower petals. Somewhere between pink and dark purple. Hard to see because it's half dissolved by gastric fluid. Yeah, so this part right here is yellow in the normal contents. This is a difference. Okay. Type of fiber can be seen in fruits. Shape of the fiber is especially common in Magnifera, like mangoes. Hey there, Con. Welcome, welcome. We're doing frog autopsies. So, they're repeatedly calling out, like, he was allergic to mangoes. There are signs of allergic reaction. There is signs of vomiting. There is signs of mangoes in his stomach. All kinds of stuff like that. So strong allergic reaction seems plausible here. This is this lump here. This little bit. It's like food made from insect powder. In terms of length and shape, it looks like ramen noodles. Huh. Okay. So an insect protein-derived ramen noodle. Interesting. As for what kind, based on color, isn't it crickets? Stuff here we should ask for analysis. Large intestines. Villi is clean because the digestion was almost over. The blood doesn't look good because of all the visceral fat. Again, they mentioned that for his skeletal frame, he is overweight and doesn't seem to be, like, very active. So, a lot of fat buildups. Some cells don't look to be in good shape. Best to examine more. Okay, we're right around here. Right, that's about right. Yeah. Visceral fat between capillaries and cells. I can see some fat cells stuck in there too. Also, I see a lot of inflammatory cells. He must have had some digestive problems too. He had severe inflammation, but it didn't deteriorate into cancer. Oop. This smells bad. I don't think he had a nutritious diet. Food residue left post-digestion and just digestate. I can see some vegetable or insect residue from the ramen soup. He'd usually eat ramen for his meals. Bladder is also in terrible condition. The objective is to try to figure out cause of death and potentially solve the case based on what the information we have. So we're examining the cells to try to get a baseline of potential damage to organs, as well as things that might be contributing factors or baselines. Like, it's possible that he died a natural death, and we want to either rule that out or have a basis. So pretty much most of the cells are telling us this guy was in bad shape. The clothes and the surface also tell us some stuff. Yes. So one of the things that the coroner is calling out here is that there's a lot of things about him as far as his organs that could indicate a natural death. Like there's heart attack, there's internal bleeding, all kinds of stuff saying that, like, he was really hurt. Okay, let's get to an edge here. That's abnormal. See any deteriorated cells, but there are some inflamed ones. Signs of fat cells spreading. No stones, though. Brain. Yes, we are analyzing a frog. This is a anthropomorphic animal world. So far, less cartoony. So we have, like I said, a little more wind in the willows than Zootopia. Brain cells stop working post-mortem. Need to check for bleeding inside the brain. Point of reference here. So this sequence this is what it should look like. And then we have a zoomed in view where we're going over what it does look like and we're looking for the difference, if any. No sign of bleeding inside the brain. So there were cysts forming along the artery or the capillaries in the brain, but none of it was enough to cause death. It could have been like a secondary result, but not the actual cause. It's the cell tissue condition. Not great, but I think I can determine the cause of death. Please ask for a scene investigation too. I've got other files from them, so look through them. Here's the scene. We should go to the deceased's home and his parents' previous homes. Okay, we're going to do a second break here. And for those joining us who haven't been here before, if you like what you've seen so far and would like to see more, remember to subscribe, like, that kind of thing. And I will be back in a couple minutes.
settling back in.
Well, I have clearly lost the battle of keeping Mason and company out from under the bed. So there will be periods where multiple of the cats are going to go missing because they will go under the bed. I have removed all of the barricades so that they can more easily get back out. Potentially in the near future, I'm going to set up a camera that is placed down there. I'm going to have to figure out a way to do it where the cables will not be endangered. Ooh, right. We'll get a camera down there positioned to try to get as much of it as possible. But like I said, it'll be a logistical thing getting the cables run. Okay, we're going to go to the home in the parents' home. Remember, any sounds that your catbot might make are entirely in response to commands, much in the way of the old Amazon Alexa and similar personal assistant products. All voices are pre-recorded and definitely not something that is being generated on the fly by any sort of like artificial intelligence or anything like that. Do not believe the press. We received the security cam footage. We also got statement recordings, so check them out. Camera at the park convenience store with the deceased. That's definitely not possible, Kebo, but if you're convinced that something like that might be happening, then be sure to contact Catbot Company support, and then proceed to a window or a doorway and stand there, ideally turned away from said structure, and wait for a specialist team to arrive. They will solve the problem. Please be sure to inform any specialists that are coming out to your home the number of residents in the home. Okay, so definitely purchasing something. The left hand is bandaged up, and we did have an injury on the left hand that is supposed to be a knife injury from them using the knife. From the sound of it, it's unclear. The translation of it was not great, but it sounds like the implication is that they tried to stab with the knife, and the knife like slips and the hand goes down the blade. So not a super deep wound, a superficial wound. So that looks recent-ish, like not fresh bandage, but, still bandaged up. Opens the door and walks in. The bell chimes and on the door. The chime bells on the door shake wildly. Oh, this is our witness. Or, I mean, hypothetically, it's a different mustelid there. Or mustelid. Don't know how you're supposed to pronounce that. I would assume mustelid. The customer. Low. Customer picks up a few items at the food aisle. He throws down the items on the counter. Hurry up. So this is our cadaver here. It's 320 wands. Okay, yeah, definitely Korean. Someone else walks in hurriedly while the cashier is helping the man pay for the items. He bumps into the man at the counter. The man stumbles. The man, infuriated, starts shouting. Bleepity bleep. Watch where you're going. Sorry. You think a sorry is good enough? I almost fell over. It's the big deal, old man. I said I'm sorry. Well, he's unhealthy and he's not very polite. Teach you a lesson. All three people start frowning. You ruined my day. Oh, shiver me timbers, old man. Are you going to beat me up? Welcome back, Mud. His sarcastic tone infuriates the man even further. Grabs B by the neck. The intimidated employee quickly moves to the corner. Okay, so somebody else comes in. And again, this looks like the photo of the person that reported the death. Somebody else comes in, bumps into him. He escalates the situation. This guy backs off away from the altercation. Go pushes B to the door while still grabbing him by the neck. Let's go, you're dead meat. The equivalent of let's go. Hey there, Mud. The audio coming through? Yeah, okay. Just checking the soundboard here. They storm out of the store. We don't know yet, but this is definitely setting the stage for an altercation. Which does lean towards violent death, but we still have oddities about the body here. This could be an indication of the reasoning for the bruises on his body. So he has bruises on the right side of his body only that are supposedly like, they look like recent, like indications of recent punches from somebody who is not like an expert of some kind. There is a knife injury to his throat that is older, that is apparently by somebody that knows what they're doing. And he has an injury on this hand here that we can see bandaged up that supposedly is from him wielding a knife. The employee makes a big and long sigh at the counter. He just had to do that here, right? Peers out the window and puts the items back on the shelf. Ma'am, isn't that Oh Yan Wu that appeared on the screen just now? Okay, B is the person that reported it. So the person that reported it. All right, Mud, thanks for rejoining. Have a good day. So the person that reported it was involved in an altercation with the victim earlier. That doesn't mean they did it, but it means they need to be spoken to. Huh? Yep. So the guy who was visible in the camera scene was our reporting caller, and they're the one that came in and bumped into him. Back again. You're right. That's him. Why was he there? I don't know. Maybe he just stopped by the store nearby after doing some volunteer work? Maybe. Lee Sung-jun's statement. I don't know who this is supposed to be. May the record show that we will be recording Mr. Lee Sung-jun's statement. This is the police officer that told us about this. What is your relationship with the deceased? You and I used to work together. You said you had something to tell us. What is it? You got into an accident back when we were working at the fish hook factory. A fish hook factory? Huh. You know, it would make sense that such a thing existed. I just never thought of it. You know, fish hooks gotta come from somewhere. There's definitely signs of not a great life there, Kevo. Like, food intake was cheap and readily accessible stuff. Lots of alcohol, so that might have eaten into the rest of the food budget. The shoes were old, and there are signs that they were used at where they work. So, I don't expect I don't expect that we're going to find wildly nice living conditions either. No worries, Annabella. I'm glad you could swing by in any event. Okay. He pulled an all-nighter and had to continue the next shift. Oof. Yeah, there's a lot going on there, Con. Like I said, there's a lot of signs of oddities there. We're playing a game called For Your Tranquility, Annabella. It is a game in a sort of talking animal world, kind of like your Red Walls and similar, where we are playing as a coroner. So we're investigating a crime scene and doing autopsies. So be aware that there might be some graphic-ish bits, things like, you know, we're removing organs. His fingers got caught in the press machine. His thumb was completely cut off, and it happened around 9 p.m. So this is the right hand. No, I'm sorry, the left hand, which is very calloused. With the indication that probably indicates that he's left-hand dominant, you know. The worst part, the factory wouldn't allow us to call 911, afraid that the incident would go on record. This is kind of classic. Capitalism at its best. Oh, man. They didn't even call 911, and of course they didn't let him go to the hospital. If only they had called 911 on time, they could have saved his fingers. They threatened to kill us if we told anyone about the accident. Who's they? The factory supervisor. That blankety blank. His name is Kim. He's the worst human being there is. He was discharged from the army for a military bribery scandal. After that, he got a job at the very factory he used to take bribes from, and became a very loyal dog. Okay, so, ex-military. This could be the person that inflicted the knife wound. As like a follow-up threat, like, I will hurt you, kind of thing. No worries, Annabella. Did it say it was a human? We haven't seen any indication of humans. Of Labor came in for an investigation, but nothing happened. No one wanted to be a whistleblower. Okay, they came in for an investigation. I seriously think that the supervisor, like, threatened his life directly. Very, very much a, I'll do worse if you talk. If only I spoke out back then, he could have gotten paid for damages at least. Then he would still be alive. Sir Sumiki, please bring us some tissues. Lieutenant Ashel here looks kind of like a fox, and then Officer Sumiki is like a tiny lizard, like a little lizard with a vest and a hat. That when he showed up, he was perched on Ashel's shoulder. It was very cute. Please take your time. What does the factory have to do with this case? That supervisor took a leave of absence on the day he died. That day, I saw the lights were off in his office. When I asked around, my colleagues told me that he had a day off. He never does that. Okay, so we're implicating the person that reported the crime. The fact that he was present, like he encountered him earlier and got into some sort of scuffle with them. But now we also have the supervisor who is apparently violent and threatened him previously and was involved in the cover-up of his like severe injury. Also was like acting out of character on the day of the death. So could it be that we have some sort of altercation, though the injury to the hand happened earlier? Yeah, there's a lot going on, but I think the most telling aspect is we have the bruises to the right side of the body. So somebody right-handed probably was like punching at him. I'm guessing that might be effectively the person that reported it. So they got in a fight. Is it possible that he came back later having found the body after the supervisor had gotten to him? My guess currently is that the guy gets like pulled over to a place that is secluded, gets like tied up or something like that, and then potentially given something that he's allergic to. Oh, thank you. We might have some of them going missing from the cameras. Yeah. So it reached a point. Yes, Khan's correct there. It reached a point where Mason was very insistent on getting under the bed, and part of the reason that I gave up on that was he was starting to shred the sheets to try to get under the bed. So I have given up and let them down there. And I did that in a way that makes it so they can more easily get back out. So eventually I'm probably going to have to move a camera under the bed. I can probably repurpose any number of cameras here because some of them are less common. The camera on a white table and the camera on the play area don't get a lot of traffic. So let's put it on Ember here. We've got to test a new camera anyway, so we'll see from there. He never takes vacation days. He practically lives in the factory 24/7. His loyalty to the URI Corporation is beyond ridiculous. Okay, I think, yeah, the frog and the guy who reported it have worked at that factory. If I am not prompt to an engagement of some kind, it is often speculated that the cats have turned on me. Beverage. Now we'll see how the rest of the gameplay unfolds, but I do like this little mystery that they're setting up. He also has ties to local gangsters, so he could have hired a hitman. I wouldn't put anything past him. Oh, we'll look into it. Thank you for your statement. According to Mr. Go's statement. We did not finish the Ace Attorney one. Those can take a little bit. So we had to leave off. We got a good stopping point heading to the prosecutor's office last time. But we've still got a little bit to go on that murder mystery. We finished the review of the organs and cells, and now we've moved on to playing the interview tapes about the crime. We determined that the victim here, and they're definitely a victim at this point, was very unhealthy. We're recording Mr. Go's statement. What is your relationship with the deceased? His father. Okay. One possibility is if the hand injury is present at the convenience store, just thinking out loud here, maybe the confrontation with the manager happened before the convenience store scene. Because he'd already had an exceptionally bad day. So we're still piecing together the sequence of events here, like who encountered who when. Where were you today at 1300 at the time of the accident? Well, take it easy there, Kat. Sometimes a given game or stream just isn't to a person's taste. One way or another. I kind of like using military time, Kebo, because it's more precise. If I say 1 o'clock, there's two possible 1 o'clocks. I have to say AM, PM. But if I say 1300, that means exactly one time in the day. I don't like coffee, Cats. The closest thing I'll take is chai tea. Preferably a chai latte. Some herbal teas, but If I had to choose, Cats, if I had to take coffee, it would probably be with a lot of milk and sugar. Not green tea. I don't like bitter things. A little bitter is okay, but I find green tea to be very bitter. All right, Annabella, thanks for joining us. Con, that kitty is Ember. She is one of my very snuggly cats. That's right, Drew. Saying chai tea is like saying ATM machine. It's TT. Is at home. Anyone to verify that? My wife. Are you two together? We were. Wow, this guy is so forthcoming. Sir, could you be more monosyllabic? No. That's another camera that I wouldn't mind adjusting the position of, but sadly, it's one of the trickier ones to deal with. He doesn't quite have the mustache there, Cats. Much more of a full lip mustache instead of a little toothbrush dealy, you know? Regarding Mr. Go's death, can you think of anyone who would want to harm your son? I have no idea. Super helpful. I haven't talked to him for a long time. He visited me out of the blue and took a knife with him, saying he wants his kids back. Ah. I am told some people find that I speak formally. Drinky drink. I don't know if we'll finish this game, but we might do a little bit of a longer stream. I yelled at him, and he held the knife at me. And then he frantically stabbed the wall like he'd gone crazy. Okay, does he hurt his hand doing this? To his own father? That ain't great. He's just like his mother. Oh, well. Wow. Well, this guy's not great. So that's the last time you saw your son? Yes, I've been home ever since. That's it for now. We may request a further statement in the future. Okay, this is his mother, I presume. What is your relationship with the deceased? I'm his mother. Crash in background. Are you all right? Officer Sumiki, bring something to warm her up. So she falls over or something? Call the ambulance. Okay, her statement was interrupted. Like, she passed out or something? Mr. Go statement. Is this a supervisor? What is your relationship with the deceased? Is this necessary? Yes. His older brother. Okay, okay. Must be worried about your mother in the hospital. Well, I'm sure the doctors will take care of her. Wow. This guy had a dysfunctional family. I kind of hope that the mother was really nice. I like mystery games, but it's not like all of them are this graphic, Cats. There are a couple of very Phoenix Wright inspired games that I want to try as well. One of them is where everybody is a bird. Like like a rooster in a business suit. Like realistic looking rooster head business suit. Will the press know I was here? If people find out that I'm involved in this case, it might affect my hospital in a negative way. Okay. Brother's a doctor, maybe? Is that what you're worried about? Yes, it's about me and my hospital. Of course I'm worried about that. You mentioned it was fried rice, Kebo? Good call, Drew. Got my ginger ale right here. The dead man with a history of domestic violence is the psychiatrist's brother. Okay, he's a psychiatrist working at the hospital. I'm not aware of that, Katz. I am not familiar with what you are mentioning. Yeah, he's very worried about his own image. Welcome back, Rune. I can't have that. I didn't even want to be here. I understand. Help us out here, and we'll try our best to keep your name out of it. So what do you want to know? Where were you today at 1300? Working at my hospital. Anyone to verify that? My staff. Okay, you said you're a psychiatrist. What can you tell us about your brother? Anything strange? Anyone who held a grudge against him? Sure about that, but he had mental issues. What kind of issues? When he was young, he barely studied and always went outside to draw paintings. Then father almost beat him to death. Well, that explains the marks. He still wouldn't behave. Oof. Classic antisocial behavior. Well, that's not the way to deal with it. And one day he just snapped. He smashed the entire house to bits. I wonder why. His home life seems so nice. He left home when he was around 20. I haven't seen him since then. Is that enough? Yes. That'll be it. The bus that passes across the house of the deceased. Okay, so I'm guessing... Oh, look, it's our witness again. This is the guy that reported it. He's following him. Or it's completely coincidence. We'll see. Oh, man walks past without paying. Hey, you have to pay. Don't got none, just drive. You need to get off if you can't pay. What did you say? Man walks over to the driver. Say that again. I'm a customer. So has anybody ever heard the saying, the customer is always right? It gets bandied around a lot in retail. I don't know if I already said this, but apparently that's only half of the saying. There's a second half to that saying that everybody leaves off. That kind of got lost in time. The original saying was, the customer is always right in matters of taste. So instead of it meaning do whatever the customer says because they're right, it is let the customer buy what they want because it's their taste, it's their opinion. So it's another one of those sayings that got reversed over time. Another one like that is pull yourself up by your bootstraps. People have in more like more recently, use it to say, show effort. Lift yourself up, put in more effort. But its origin, or at least the basis of the saying, is something that's impossible. You can't lift yourself up by your bootstraps. I don't know how it's used, Kebo, like this the saying that you're calling out, but it's possible to take that as it being an accurate statement. Is when it's in retail, like say it's retail or customer service, the customer is the point of the operation. Like you are there to sell something to the customer, or you're there to assist the customer with an issue. That doesn't necessarily mean the customer is correct. Yeah. People people frequently use those kind of sayings as justification for being terrible people. Um, how did we get on that tangent? Oh, because this guy said, I'm the customer. Like, how dare you? I'm the customer. No money, no ride. Get off the bus. Gonna beat you up. Man lifts his arm in a threatening manner. Okay, so across from his house, near his house, he already has the bandage. I think this happens. I think this injury happened at his parents' house when he kind of goes berserk with the knife. We do get off on wild tangents. Don't worry about it, Rune. One, there's always the VOD. But additionally, I feel like we might stream a little longer tonight. I want to at least get the whole series of events covered as much as we can. They're laying out a really good mystery here. I don't know if the rest of the gameplay, like solving the mystery, will be engaging, but I at least want to get the story. And lifts his arm in a threatening manner. The driver moves her body away from him and speaks. I'm calling the cops. Take your stupid money. Here. The man pays the bus fare and sits down. The driver whispers, I hate drunken passengers. Okay, so we already know that we could smell like before they opened him up and in his stomach was the strong smell of alcohol. So he had been drinking. We know on the day of the event at 8:30 in the morning, he was already enough that this person could tell he was drunk. So already drinking on this day. Doesn't look like... Does he have a bag on his hands? The guy behind there is... That's the person that made the call. He's everywhere. He was at the store, too. He was following him from the start. I think I should ask for an additional investigation. Only yellow and only yellow, purple, and the base blue there, cats. We don't have a lot of cause to use them. Though there are plenty of times when we can use this one. Too many coincidences. We should ask for an additional investigation. Should get an additional statement from O. Here, let me show you. Omiji statement. Oh, thanks, Ron. Is this another sibling here? What's your relationship with the deceased? Older sister. Okay. Where were you yesterday at 1300 at the time of the accident? Was sleeping at home. I used to work nights, so... What was your job? I used to sing at bars late at night. Is this perhaps a, instrument case on their back? Can you prove that you were sleeping at your house at the time of the accident? What? How? I live alone. Why did he die? How did he die? We're not sure yet. I can think of one person who'd want to harm my brother. I bet it was him. Him? Who are you talking about? I hate to call him my father, but I suppose I should call him my father right now. Why did you think that it was your father? He hurt us whenever his ego wasn't stroked. Again, we have signs on the deceased of old domestic violence, like thin bamboo rod, kind of like corporal punishment kind of stuff. So it looks like he was beaten when he was young. A lot. My life was ruined because of him. Can you tell us the details? Ever since we were kids, we had our own dreams. But our father, he used to beat us day and night, every day, saying how could a teacher's children be bad at studying? So did our older brother. Okay, the psychiatrist. I left home as soon as I turned 20. I cut off all ties with my family, except for mother and her brother. All I knew was how to sing, so I've been singing in bars and clubs here and there. He's violent and a control freak. It had to be him. He should have died, not my brother. Okay, that'll be all for now. Know who this person is. Show that I'll be recording Mr. Kang's statement. What is your relationship with the deceased? There is no relationship. Let me go. So, person who works at the factory, I guess. Answer the question, punk. Have any idea how many officers were looking for you? We found your blood at the scene. Ooh. Are those the footprints? Why did you run away that day? I was on probation. I didn't want to go back to jail, so I ran. Tell us everything that happened that day. Was out on a delivery and went into a convenience store in Gary Park to buy some drinks. Okay, he might be the one that drank and smoked at that location. Let me see here. I think this will work. Find out. There we go. Yes, you are correct, though, Cats. The link in the description is the easiest way to find it, but I remembered that I had this command. So you can use !Discord if you would like to get the link to the Discord as well as using the link tree. I just don't know how friendly that is on the different form factors. I accidentally shoulder bumped a man in the store. Then he starts screaming and stuff, you know? I apologized and all, but he kept on yelling. I tried not to get into it, I really did, you know? But then he grabbed me by my neck, so I got mad. Okay, wait a minute. This is Kang, but O is the one that shows up on the camera and is the one that had this altercation. Huh. He dragged me out of the store, so we grabbed each other's neck and started fighting. He was a wimp, but then he took out a knife and cut me. I had no business with a knife-wielding psycho, so I ran. But he kept following me. He fell down once, and it looked like he was hurt bad. But he just pulled himself up again, so I ran away. Okay, so this whole sequence of events sounds a lot like the same thing that happened at the convenience store on video, but this is a different person. The knife so they're saying that his blood is at the scene and that he was attacked by the deceased. That the deceased fell down but got back up, and we do have samples that show indications of him maybe falling down on his left side. But this is weird. Maybe like a weasel or a ferret? Something along those lines. It's a mustelid, so it's something in that school. The sort of like high energy noodle animals, you know? After that, I patched myself up and continued my delivery. And I saw the man on the news saying he's dead, so I ran. I didn't want to be involved in anything like that. I didn't kill him. Quiet down. Return to your cell. We'll find out if you're telling the truth or not. Sir Sumiki, put him back in his cell. Tiny, tiny lizard man. Escort the thing that's like 50 times your size back to the cell. Okay, this is the person that called it in. Show that we're recording Mr. O's statement. What is your relationship with the deceased? There is none. I never saw him or met him until today. What were you doing at the scene? I was cleaning the park. I'm a volunteer. I clean the park whenever I have time. And I found the body. Do you have any family? Both of my parents passed away from an accident. You're in college, I assume? How do you make ends meet? I'm taking time off school. I'm currently working in a factory. And you still make time to volunteer at the park? How impressive. You deserve a medal from the city. That's nothing. I just do it whenever I have free time. Not anybody can do that on a regular basis. You're quite a young man. Yeah, there's only a link to the Discord as a command. Okay. Again, his statement doesn't line up. The only thing that he's asserting is he found him while cleaning, but we know he encountered him at the bus and at the convenience store. Like, he was going where he was going. Could be coincidence, but... Time to request an analysis from the other departments. You read the notice a few days ago, right? Yeah, it's about reducing analysis requests. So after discussion with the other departments, we decided to limit analysis requests to 100 per case. Just 100 requests? Isn't that too few? Nothing we can do about it. They're all too busy handling all those cases lately. So choose carefully which evidence to analyze. Each department's number is on the note here, so you can call if needed. You have to call before sending the evidence off so they can give us the information back. Notes on the left have other information, so read them before calling. Understood. All departments for further evidence. Click here to reset the number. The evidence to the departments to get additional information. Hover over each item in the notebook to get hints for items you sent in acquirable information. Many times you can request an evidence analysis from another department. The remaining chances are displayed here, so you can't request any more analysis once the limit is reached. Okay, so we're not going to want to do this until we can go around and talk to everybody yet. We got to check all the other locations. What? Is this like a newspaper clipping, or like, why is it framed? Why is this framed in the coroner's office? I do like me some strings. It's good music. Nim fruits, hombo fruits, and insects are not the only food in the world. There are some organisms that eat small fruits, and they tend to defecate the seeds without digesting them completely. Seeds then sprout, and they grow to become part of the ecosystem. The dodos are the ones who are in charge of this process in this city. Various plants grow due to their hard work. However, the Ministry of Health and Welfare plans to conduct a general medical examination for the dodos this month, due to concerns that excessive consumption of fruits can result in sickness. Are the dodos, sentient like the other creatures, or are they like a herd animal? Well, that's good then, Rune. I mean, some people frame articles that are, like, important to them or particularly interesting, but, I mean, the headline on this one, and why is it in the coroner's office? Elastic work system introduced for the peace and safety of the family. Will it work? Defined by a more egalitarian social life regardless of gender. Parents often take their children to their workplace as there's no one to take care of them while they're at work. However, in July, there were cases where children died because the adults were too busy with work. Several accidents like this happened often. Thus, a new elastic work system modeled after the woodpeckers and the venomous frogs' way of childcare was introduced. This new system acknowledges day childcare as a type of work and divides the responsibility between the spouses so they can take turns taking care of their children. This is expected to have a positive effect on the physical. Okay, this is like... This looks like a... This is world background. This is world lore. So concepts of one, there's kind of like we don't know what the dodos are in this world. Again, are they people or are they still animals in this world? That contextualizes this. Right, cats. Is this slavery with extra steps? Well, hello to Kepo's father. In elastic work, this is actually an interesting thing. We don't get a lot of details about it, but the implication of it is that if there is a family, like if they have dependent children, then there is some allowance for one of the parents, potentially like back and forth, to spend time purely on childcare without impacting the economic situation, which would be a good thing. That should be a thing. Same with like in the US, like even maternal leave is not a guarantee. But when you think about it, paternal leave should also be a thing. It's important for everyone involved as a parent. Parental leave should be a thing, like parental leave, period. Both like the one that gave birth should have time to both physically recuperate, but to spend time with the infant. But all parents should have time to spend time with the infant. It helps both parents spend the right amount of time, not get stressed, be able to share the load. There's all kinds of good that can happen there. Mayhap someday in the future. Interview with a forensic doctor. Can you introduce yourself? Okay, this is the boss, June here. The job isn't the most easy in terms of your mental health. What do you do to overcome trauma? Usually fiddle with the knot my children made for me. A Gaia traditional knot, My children gave it to me as a gift. The more I fiddle with them, the more I feel that I should put a good end to whatever I may end up starting. Some sort of social tradition there. I don't know if there's a real world equivalent. So this is an interview with the boss. Like, this makes sense. This being framed is like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's something that somebody would do. They got interviewed. Okay, this is the crime scene. This is their home. Okay. This is where they used to live. Looks so cold and empty. Okay. Lots of beverages. Instant ramen bowls. Family picture. Maybe medications. There are there's a little kind of pill sheet there, like the little blister pack kind of thing. Work uniform. Damaged mirror. Some sort of sign. We're just gonna take a once over of the room. Probably an art pad, like a sketch pad. Okay. Yeah, beer. Soju. Glass bottle. There's not much left inside. Smells like alcohol. I'm trying to remember. Isn't this often, like, this type often presented as, like, a green bottle with, like, a plastic cap? Like a little tiny cup? So many of these bottles. Cup noodle. Still noodles in here. Noodles made of insect flour. Yeah, they actually put some world building into this. That's interesting. It's not just like today, but animal people. There's also the concept of like This is ramen specifically targeted at things like frogs, things that normally eat insects. Like a wedding photo from the looks of it. Is that the entire family? Thought there were more. Okay, maybe the mother, father, and older... I don't know. But interestingly enough, insect protein is something that is often getting investigated. They're having trouble overcoming the stigma in a lot of cases. There are cultures in the world that eat bugs, grubs and what have you, in various ways. But there are a lot of places in the world where that would have a stigma. I mean, I would have a really hard time eating insect protein if it still bared a resemblance to insects. I am generally of the opinion that anything I consume that is animal based should not in any way resemble that animal anymore. So, like, you can call it insect protein based, but if I find a cricket leg in it, I'm done. We're done. In this bottle, there are pills inside. Various types, little triangles. What are they? Diuretics. Yep, work uniform. No one's worn it for a while. Interesting. No. Keys inside. The question would be, why does he need it? Broken mirror. Hit by something hard. There's a crack in it. URI industrial accident, stop the cover-up. Apologize and compensate. Okay. So previously, one of the factory workers said that it was probably the supervisor because the factory didn't let them report an accident. So he was permanently maimed. He was on disability. His work uniform hasn't been used in a while, and we can see a protest sign that is calling out that there are accidents in the like at the factory, which would be counter to what the supervisor threatened, that if you don't shut up, I'll kill you. So another mark against the supervisor. Okay. Factory photo. We work there. Okay, I think this drawer might have been locked without the keys. First child was born at 05:33 this morning. I feel like I'm dreaming. Everything will be all right from now on. Is this what my mother felt like when she had me? My own trauma. I won't let such things get to my child. I'll never let anything harm my child. I'm in unimaginable pain. So this is... yeah, these are snippets from the book. So this is 3 years later. I can't forget when that press machine crushed my fingers. The supervisor didn't even let me call 911, worried that word might get out and about that word might cause some bad PR. How could they do this to me? I worked hard. I worked like a dog for them. Like a diary. I should check it out. They told me I'm fired. Kim is set on ruining my life, so this is the overseer. So we haven't heard from him. Apparently, we had permission from the police to come here and search. I don't know how... if this world has different rules, or if it is based off of a system where the police can just let you come in. I don't know the structure that they're using here. But it seems like it's okay for me to riffle around with evidence, so we're rolling with it. I can't even paint. I can't even hold a pencil straight. I tried to do something with my other hand, but it just doesn't work either. It's just like when I was a child. I wish I could die. No, I'll sue them and I will get what I deserve. I went to the factory with a labor office employee, but they won't. But why won't anybody say anything? Are they trying to cover it up? I wish they all died. I want to kill them all. Okay, so we'll have to check. I'll have to double check the time, but it's after the incident. Nobody was able to call, so he's maimed. And he's suffering a lot for it. He gets the government involved and tries to get an investigation going, but everybody at the factory won't talk. So he's starting protests, that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm starting the one-man protest against the factory today. I will get my compensation no matter what with my own hands. I'm trying hard to get my life back together, and the baby is crying so loudly now. It's driving me crazy. And of course, my stupid wife is no help at all. So he's having his family difficulties are starting as well. And he's trying to get compensated like he can't work. The supervisor blackmailed me over my wife, and he told me my severed finger will be the least of my problems if I go on like this. How does he know about my wife? Did she tell him? I should... Well, he's grown up to be like his dad, apparently. Oof. So, 1988-99. Son, I heard everything. I'm truly heartbroken. I hope you wouldn't stray down that path, but it seems like hope wasn't enough. I called the police. Your family is staying at a safer place, so please don't go looking for them. Please, I beg you. So is this his mother? I suspect it's got to be his mother. It's like a letter. Who wrote it? If I had to guess, it's got to be the mother, you know? Okay, so this is an official complaint. That he's filing against the company, but it's on the desk. So he hadn't filed it yet. Or he had, and it's just documentation on his side. A note. I heard everything. Someone's being quite a monster to their family, huh? What a shame, but it's time for you to stop your little games, especially that protest. Otherwise, you'll be losing much more than your thumb. All right, so this is the note from the supervisor. Thank you, Rune. Thank you. That is threatening. So what we get an indication of is that he started... So he got this, and having heard that, he like his abuse of his wife steps up. I'm guessing his mother finds out and gives his fam a place to stay away from him. Orange juice. 1 bottle missing. Fruit juice. Okay, this might be the orange juice. Like the orange liquid. The orange fruit juice that was on his shirt. I mean, if you're having stomach problems, I don't think a citrus juice is a great thing for it. But maybe he's trying to get off alcohol. But he does have the mango in his stomach, and he's allergic to that, and we see signs of allergic reaction. Sketchbook. Who drew in this? Oh, apple. Dead bird. Scribbles. I think this is the progression is actual sketches, and then he couldn't sketch anymore because his dominant hand was maimed. Huh. Okay. That's everything from his home. Go to his parents. So here's the knife damage on the wall. This is their parents' home. Doesn't look anything like the deceased's house. Shocking. Or opens. Who are you? Oh, he's even grumpier looking when he's at home. I'm the medical examiner for your son's case. What are you doing here? I'm here because we have to inspect the homes of the deceased and his direct relatives. Thank you for cooperating. Holds out his medical examiner's ID. Ask for your cooperation. It was bad enough when all those cops made a fuss. Not going anywhere. This is my home. Please investigate. I'll stand right here and watch. Angrily. He's gonna be so helpful. He's a terrible person, so not shocking. You know, that's a possibility, Drew. Maybe the juice that he had was swapped out or something. These marks here. Looks like it's been hit with a sharp object. Someone stabbed it out of spite. A lot of things inside this drawer. A pair of scissors. Oh, these are more shears or hedge clippers kind of thing. Been 2 years since my daughter left home, and now my youngest boy has also left. Is it my fault that my babies are running away? Because I didn't do anything. My poor babies. I don't want to live in this house anymore. It's suffocating. I found out that my son is abusing my daughter-in-law, and now she's pregnant against her will. What is happening? I feel sick to my stomach. Oof. This is... They're actually making the whole situation very tangled with this, because it's like a dysfunctional scenario top to bottom. They're creating a lot of suspects. This is definitely the mother's journal. So yeah, it's because I didn't do anything, because she didn't stop the father from abusing the children. Because it sounds like the elder son became very much like the father. Like the physical abuse of the younger children, the older brother seems to have considered justified. And the deceased seems to have gotten some of the same tendencies as well over time. his wife, they had one child together, but it sounds like a second one was on the way, and it wasn't something that she wanted. So there's some worse physical abuse going on here on top of all of that. My husband and my son got into a huge argument. I feel like this is all my fault. If only I had protected my family, then everything would have been happy, right? It's all because I couldn't go through with it. I can't have the kids go through hell anymore. I will end this cycle. Psychiatric medication. Zolpidem. Okay, that's where the sun works. Yeah, that seems to be the case, Kebo, is that the mother initially didn't act. Whether she felt she couldn't or couldn't bring herself to, or didn't think she could or should, but she didn't, and now she's looking at what has developed and wishes she had, but is now taking some sort of action, which is bringing her into the picture. Now, I don't think that she is like the culprit, but what happened? So this is the brother, the opening of the psychiatric hospital. He's tied to this, so he's kind of a big deal. And not only broken man, Kebo, but broken family. Like this, his family, like his new family, his old family. This is like came from a broken home, created a broken home. Not an uncommon story. That loser has no place on my wall. Ooh. This is the father yelling here. That's my oldest son. Such a smart boy. Okay, no. He's saying that loser, the youngest son, has no place on my wall. That's my oldest son. The bamboo rod. Yep. This is his beaten stick. He kept it. He's a messed up man. Not only did he keep it, it's prominently displayed. Like, it's out in the open. The only way it would have been worse is if it was, like, mounted on the wall. Oh, this just gets darker. Thin, light, and very old. Pink flowers. Oh. Okay, remember, he has some flowers in his stomach. Sprouting, but someone pruned it off a while ago. So we have the pruning shears, and we have these pink flowers. Red flowers. Not pruned. These have been pruned. Wolfsbane. Purple. Wolfsbane is poison. Ooh. Ooh. The mother is becoming more implicated. Where is Miss Lee? She collapsed during a police interrogation. She's at the hospital. So useless. Jeez. Oh. Yellow flowers. What are these? Marigolds. My wife grows them. Yeah, this is the wife's flowers. The purple wolfsbane flowers that have been cut are in his stomach. I think she poisoned his noodles. She grows them when she should be doing chores. Oh. Guy's hard to be around. Medical certificate. This. I'll have to look at this. I just can't recognize the names. I don't remember who Young Shu is. But we'll have it in the evidence pool. Lots of booze right here. Runs in the family. Yup. My beloved babies. Looks great, right? Ah, he's one of those people. The ones that prominently displays their booze. But I lost one of them. Someone took my precious nightingale floral spirits. They're made with azalea flowers. Where is this bottle? Yeah, like, this bottle is missing. Where does this bottle show up? And they're floral spirits, so extra plants added to them might be concealed. Or catch who took it, they're in for a lot of trouble. Trophies. Ministry of Education. High school. Then here's volunteer work. A number of awards. They're all mine. This is easy work for the man of the house. Learn from me and become a great person by doing something great. Yep. He has very specific expectations. Like he respects and applauds the son that studied hard and became a doctor, but the younger son and the daughter were both more artistically aligned, and he brutalized them over that. Crutch. Someone's still using it. It's mine. Okay, he has a fractured ankle. Oh. So, he's saying his son came home and pushed him. His initial statement at the police office was just that that his son went crazy and stabbed at the wall. But now he was pushed and injured. That's how I broke my leg. Today I had to go to the police station to make a statement. It was an awful journey without my crutches. Why'd you leave your crutches? Piece of paper in the dresser cabinet. Smith's Gun Shop. This name on the card. Should I call them? We have the Loan Shark, and we also have this gun shop. Yeah, the mother is implicated now. Jeez, everybody's implicated. This is well set up. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna play more of this. We will be wrapping up probably by the next hour. 5 hours is generally the limit. It'll probably happen next week at this point. I'll put it in the schedule. It's me. It looks pretty great, yeah? I took that photo to show everyone that I'm the man of this house. You are a terrible person, sir. You are a terrible person. Oh. Just... if you're interested, folks, I do periodically see commentary along these lines. uh, once you have access to the Discord server, and it's about time for another break, so I will grant access to the folks that have tried to in just a moment. There is uh, a board on the Discord server that has links to and summaries of some of the lore Twitter posts and some of the corresponding videos. So I'm going to step away just a moment, and we'll be right back. Again, if you're new to the channel and you like what you see so far, remember to like and subscribe. Settle back in here, folks. And here we go. Are you talking about Kebo? If it's like a Greek sorbet, are you talking about gelato? You mentioned having like a sorbet or something like that. Or do you mean that the drink is Greek? Anyhow, we're back. I had to let I get up and move around a bit, cats. Top up my drinks. Useful to, you know, not just sit. All right. He got a picture of himself taken so he could display it up at the top of the walls in his sitting room, which only has one chair, by the way, for him, that is facing his picture. This has got to be the wife's. Is this poetry? My wife wrote it herself and hung it up there. It creeped me out, so I tried to take it down. But she started to scream at me, so I couldn't. She wrote and framed some poetry that she could hang up for herself, and he tried to take it down. My life were a flower, it would be soon a trampled flower. If it were a tree, it would never bear this heavy weight on me. This tree can no longer bear this life, for the weight has already broken the branches. The tree stands, simply waiting for the day to be cut down. Depressing! Okay, it's kind of... I get why it creeped him out, but I also get why she wrote it and why she put it up there. Kebo, the new version of the standard catbot, is freely available and will have been automatically applied to any sort of catbot. They will have been upgraded to Nyanite and then returned to your home, without any need for intervention on your part. This update was mandatory. Forced hospitalization in that new psychiatric hospital. Inescapable hellhole. Recently discovered to have forcibly detained regular citizens in their facility. I was locked up and abused. If I didn't follow their orders, they would beat me up and mentally abuse me. When I woke up, I was tied down in my underwear. This is not a fictional story. Many regular people were detained at the mental hospital against their will, beaten and abused. According to the Gaia administration's report last night, around 40,000 hospitalized patients in psychiatric facilities in the region. Of around 20,000 are held against their will. Half of them. What's up, Drew? An activist from the Gaia Solidarity with the Mentally Disabled argues that legal reforms must be made to put an end to this horror. Okay. Tied down. Remember, we see rope marks on his wrists. Is that because he was tied up at the scene? He was accosted by somebody? Does that mean he was taken to this hospital against his will? Caprese. No, I haven't tried that before. Why did we evolve? Man-eating plants gave rise to human cooperation. So, it seems that they refer to themselves collectively as human. Or do they mean that humans predate their society? Researchers headed to a prehistoric cave in Gaia. There are murals and a number of whitened bones there, dating back to at least 2.3 million years ago. Murals showed several people attacking a huge plant, as if they were trying to hunt or dry it out. It will be regarded as important evidence to support the idea that people have been cooperating with one another since ancient times, and more research will confirm this partnership actually began. Okay, I think human is used to collectively refer to the people. Huh. What is it made out of, Drew? What can you describe it? Gaia's tradition, nightingale floral spirits contributes greatly to local economy. Okay, so this is the local city. This floral spirit is a thing there. It's like their local delicacy or something like that. Yeah, that's a possibility there, Kebo. I wouldn't be able to tell you what's written behind this. Because all this white text is translation. The actual text is behind it. The nightingale is a different name for azalea flowers. The name comes from a myth where a nightingale sang day and night until its tears were as red as the azalea. This is what nightingale floral spirits are made out of, long been produced in regions that azalea flowers grow in, and Gaia is no exception. I was thinking, Kebo, is that they seem to be using a term or some concept as a collective people, as opposed to saying like frog kind or something, because you have multiple species in evidence. I don't know, the tomato might spoil it for me, but it would depend on exactly how it's textured. The default texture of tomato sickens me. Tomato is one of those things that must be rendered unrecognizable for me to consume it. So, like, a tomato sauce cannot have recognizable pieces of tomato in it. Similar to, like, onions. Tomatoes and onions can't handle the texture. Flavor is generally fine. Floral spirits have recently become wildly popular nationwide to the point where some people try making their own versions at home. Said that the reason behind this popularity is not only its flavor and fragrance, but its potential health benefits, as some people claim that the drink has cured their illnesses. However, it's still important to remember that the floral spirits are still alcohol and should not be consumed excessively. The can cure illnesses could link that further to the sun. Some people really like their potted meats, Kebo. Careful when picking wild vegetables, dangerous plants are hard to distinguish. Okay. These are informative things. Like, these are actually mystery relevant. The presence of floral wine, that it contains azalea flowers. Then poisonous plants like wolfsbane. Let's see. Diarrhea, abdominal pain, vomiting, dizziness, cramps, and shortness of breath. Can result in death due to arrhythmia. So, arrhythmia is a possible cause of death to him. The condition of his heart made him at risk of that. He did vomit. I'm betting we're going to find that there is an inconsistency with his feces. We know that he was already suffering abdominal pain, but it could be that this aggravated it. I'll probably forget Drew, but you know, everything's worth at least a look. The myth that weak poisons are good for the body only makes sense if you take them continuously. That the poisonous herbs you eat once in a while can be nothing but danger. So we have a recently cut, like all of the flowers, the purple flowers from the wolfsbane are all gone. We have pruning shears visible in one of the shelves, but that's technically relevant because it's near the flowers. But we know the wolfsbane flowers have all been cut. We know that he has traces of purple flower in his stomach and alcohol. So we definitely want to get those flowers analyzed. A homeless man found dead. Station after living in the streets revealed that he was harassed by bullies of his age. You may mean it as a joke, Kebo, but I will request that you avoid calling out statements where you are, and if you are doing this sort of thing, I would suggest that you seek medical attention. That kind of thing is potentially very dangerous. If you are not, please refrain from joking about things that imply very dangerous substance abuse or self-harm. Again, if you are doing these sort of things, seek help. There are hotlines that are immediately available with a quick internet search. Sometime I will get a macro for them in channel, but please avoid that. Okay. This is an article about youth crime, essentially, like minors assaulting people. Now, this is a minor themselves, and it sounds like they were, a homeless minor was killed, and it turns out that other young people did it. Don't know if that's going to be relevant. Article about industrial accidents, which is at least tangentially related. Okay, and specifically, it's calling out those factories, and that there are cover-ups. Oh, this might be an article about that specific thing. Yeah. As a result, the colleague went on a one-man protest but is yet to hear anything from the company. This article is referencing the deceased. Okay, this is a scar on the neck in the shape of a musical note, but he just has a deep cut in a straight line. Arms held up high, mouth wide open. Musical note-shaped scar in the neck. And it seems to target women, so... this is a red herring, I think. Kepler is getting hotter. This implies that this isn't Earth. Yeah, there's a lot of like world building going on. Kepler is like, I think, another galaxy or solar system or something like that. I can't remember. I think it's another solar system, maybe? It's got to be within Milky Way, right? I don't know, but it's not, like, local. Now, it could also be a region. Okay, one thing that we definitely want to get investigated is the samples. But let's look through here. Okay. Oh, that's what it was referring to with shoelaces. There is a footprint on the shoelaces. A scuffle happened close enough that somebody stepped on the shoelace and pulled that one loose. The other one is tied very neatly. Whether that is him stumbling over his own feet or somebody in an altercation. To 5067. Connected. Loan shark. This is medical exam. This is the medical examiner. You need money? No, it's not about that. I found your name card in the deceased belongings. Wait a sec. He owes me around 3 million won. Hasn't been paying up for 3 months, so I was about to pay him a visit. He was found dead. Is there anything you can tell me about him? I've got nothing. Okay, so his assertion is he's been delinquent on his loan and that he was going probably to go rough him up, but had not yet, and seems to have been, like, the idea that the loan shark might go after him to kill him over the loan is one thing, but there's also the motivation not to kill him, to get his money. And that seems to be the case here. Okay, this is the supervisor. All right, Gebo. We visit the shelter. Should I call them? Dishonorable discharge from the military for bribery. This is wife, a victim of domestic violence. Okay, this is the wife of the deceased. Be related to the case. Should call the shelter. Okay, the supervisor went to the shelter where she is. Domestic violence shelter. If I had to guess, the broken mirror is the last instance of domestic violence. So we might be able to find out if we can talk to her, but we'll have to figure it out. Oh, who brought the juice? Okay. Yeah, if I had to guess, like, one of these juice bottles might be tampered. There is mango in his stomach. There's potentially wolfsbane in his stomach. He had potentially an allergic reaction. All right, we need to get... seeds. Yeah, wolfsbane. Soup. — 5302 5312. Oh, you're calling the Smith Gun Store. May I help you? We found one of your name cards in an ongoing case. Do you recall any frog purchasing or attempting to purchase firearms from your shop recently? Second, here it is. There's a frog who made a purchase order for a pistol on the 16th of August. Tell me anything more about that to help with the case? Let's see. Frogs don't usually use guns, so I think I remember a bit about it. Bearded Frog came in, infuriated. Thought something was off with him, so I sent him away, telling him that I needed to run his ID. So he left. He was limping as he left. Did he return after that? No, I never saw him again. Okay. After the incident where if I had to guess, after the altercation with his son, the father went to a gun store to get something, kind of like in the spur of the moment, and tried to get a gun, but the guy turned him away, saying, he'd need to run a background check or something, so he stormed off. What if we go back to their parents' house? Okay, I think some of these are just you have to fill in the blank. Okay, we need some analyses done here. Okay, we can see on the left what we would get if we send it to them. Do you mean like you have the type that is like, an earbud with the little plastic loop to hold it to your ear kind? Because I don't like that kind. They do interfere, No, I don't have 4 ears. Just these. I don't have the basic side of the head ones. Just the cat ears. No human ears. Why do we not have the stomach contents? Body on mouth, Do we have translation issues here? Oh, I see. So the black part is just the lower shell over the ears. It's like a reinforcement. It's still part of the same ear. Let's look at our autopsy record here. Okay, that is the leaves. A lot of alcohol, residue from ramen. So if we look at the stomach cell, nope, not that. Stomach contents. We have notes. There's got to be some note on that I can do. This is a crime scene investigation, Frank. This is actually pretty detailed crime scene investigation. We're playing as a coroner. So we've got to look over the crime scene. We did an autopsy. We've got to, it's kind of like scene investigators in that we have to sort of fill in blanks, but there's a whole lot of it. And based on everything that we can fill in, it will either be right or wrong. Wish we could tell more about that. All of these are possible Wolfsbane effects. Oh, all of the people in the world are anthropomorphized animals. The deceased is a frog. Glad you're having a good time, Rune. We are the coroner that we are playing at as is a gorilla. Our immediate boss is some sort of like small monkey or simian of some kind. So we have the frog, their immediate family, and one of their co-workers. Some of his co-workers are like ferret-like, and his immediate supervisor is some sort of bird of prey. I got a real... Let's see. We have... Okay, here we go. This is what we were looking for. Okay, so the Zolpidem is an insomnia medication. He had mango, azalea, so this is the floral wine. This is floral wine. Alcohol and azalea is the local floral wine. Toxic alkaloid. What was that? No. Do mermaids really exist? Would the Wolfsbane be a toxic alkaloid? scene record. Oh, she was prescribed Zolpidem. The Zolpidem is at his house now. It is in his stomach. He took some of this. He has her medication. The deceased had her medication. At Oba. Here. Yep, that's correct. Okay, it'll go completed if you get it right. Where's the crutches? This is not correct. I mean, probably not, Kebo. That seems irresponsible and potentially like abusive of the gorilla. I did hear that there were people proposing the idea of essentially an Olympics without limitations on things like chemical and physical enhancements. Like, you know, to an extreme sense, an Olympics done by a bunch of roided up cyborgs. And, you know, in the world that we live in, we couldn't have that because people would either be compelled to or forced to participate. But in theory, it'd be kind of interesting. Like, how far could we go? Can we go total cyberpunk on this? Again, we can't trust people to potentially to not potentially force people to participate, but in a fiction sense, interesting concept. Okay. Else. I'd like to get the stomach contents analyzed, but that doesn't seem to be an option. We don't want the floating substance. We want sticky foreign body on mouth. So we're going to call the chemical analysis team. 43. Oh, okay, there's insect people too. Analysis team. What else? And stain. And the vomit. Else. I don't know if there are fish people there, Frank. And yeah, the presence of like insect people has the question of where is the insect flower coming from? Do we have like a Soylent Green scenario going on? Juice box. Liquor bottle. Cup noodle. Wolfsbane. Go chemical analysis team. Yeah, it's like, would it be something that it would be part of like an organ donation card system? Is it a societal requirement that, the dead are rotated into the food system? Because the supervisor is some sort of hawk. So one would presume that they have a very, meat-based diet. Or are they also consuming the insect flower for protein purposes? Could they? And where is that protein coming from? Because we have presumably a spider. Maybe non-predatory insects are not sentient. What we're getting at is this world raises a lot of questions. Busy these days, eh? Now, facial structure implies spider, but wouldn't it be 8 eyes? Isn't it 8 eyes? Or is it 6 eyes? Take care of yourself. Well, see, that's the thing, Kevo. We know that there is insect-based flour. Like, that is explicitly called out. Yeah, he has 3, triple-lensed spectacles. Okay, so now we're going to go back to our report here. Analysis results. Mango juice and survive. Okay, so it's mango juice is on his shirt. His vomit contains the same stuff we found in the stomach. I guess that's a bit redundant, but he did throw up. That's kind of a wasted one. This is possible, Kevo. It's kind of the same question is, they mentioned the dodos as the ones that are responsible for acting as I don't know, the plant cycle of life, like here, eat these fruit and poop out the seeds to keep the plant life growing. Or potentially, you are as much responsible for ensuring that there is fertilizer. Are these people that are that's their job? Or are they like herd animals that they use for that purpose? Unknown. Okay, yep, that's his vomit there. Okay, this contains the zolpidem. Did it also contain zolpidem here? Yep. Okay. There is mango, the insomnia medication, and a toxic alkaloid in his vomit. The juice box, the orange juice is mango. This is tampered with. Okay, that's just beer. And the cup noodle is not contaminated. So this mango juice was definitely tampered. This is tampered with. This flower, let's see, aconitine. Fatal for frogs. Alkaloid poisoning. Yep, okay. The wolf's bane is put in the wine. Where's the wine bottle? We need to find the wine bottle. It's really looking like the mother killed the son. Okay, so we know he ingested wolfsbane and mango. He is seemingly deathly allergic to mango, and wolfsbane is a fatal poison for frogs. I mean, wolfsbane is poison in general. Okay. Oh. Do we have something that is... Okay, we need to get his second statement. So... how can we get another statement from him? Okay, so this is the guy that reported the incident, but we know that he was, like, following the deceased. He was at the bus stop where near the deceased house. He came into the store when the deceased went in there, bumped into him, and a fight started. The beginnings of a fight where, you know, they said they were going to fight each other and left the building. We don't know if this fight occurred. You're referring to, what is it, the runners thing for the, Cyberpunk 2077? The anime for it? It said pterodactyly. Do you mean polydactyly? Yep. And with the advent of the anime, they really heavily emphasized it further, but it pre-existed. Yeah, polydactyly is what you're referring to. Extra digits. Apparently, in different parts of the world, amongst different different populations, polydactyly has a habit of manifesting differently. There are some parts of the world where it is more common that it will manifest as extra thumbs. Some parts of the world where it tends to manifest as extra little fingers, like pinky fingers. In some places where it's more common that it will be fully formed or like a little nub. And it's actually a really common gene. Maybe we saw the same short. Like, it's a dominant gene. If you're gonna... Yeah, Curse Gazat. I love Curse Gazat. They're a great YouTube channel. I mean, Frank, if you're gonna deploy the bird, then being able to deploy more is better. Okay. We know it was a poison now. We need to get an interview with the mother, and we need to get another interview with um, the guy who made the call. Oh yeah, Sky has come to snuggle up with Ember. It will go in that order. Sky will come snuggle up with Ember. Ember will not snuggle with Sky. Like, we'll approach for it. Ember does not like to, Ember isn't big on physical contact with the other cats. Like, if she has to shove in to get to the food dish, she won't. She'll wait for an opportunity to go in herself. The exceptions are when she is laying down to sleep at night on the Squishmallow, or if she's laying in her spot right there. She will let Sky, like, snuggle up with her. But if Sky were on the pillow, when she's not there, she will lay on the blanket or somewhere else. Okay, so how do we get those other reports? Do we have another? Okay, now we've got his second statement. He likes to use her as a pillow, and she doesn't want to give up her favored spot. And hey there, Tess. Okay, so this is the second statement once we found out that he seemed to be following the victim. And I'm definitely going to say victim because that guy was super poisoned. You're in serious trouble now. Do you get that? The security camera caught you following someone. Sorry, but I'm telling the truth. It wasn't me. You might end up in jail if you tell any more lies. Tell me the truth. To be honest, I've been working at the factory ever since my parents passed away. The factory supervisor, Kim, called me up to his office one day. He told me that he'd make me a full-time worker if I did him a favor. Listen, what I had to do. Yep. Factory supervisor sent him after this guy as a threat or something like that. Potentially intending to say, harm him in some way. Said I had to follow someone. Oh, okay, no, just ghost him. Find out information about him. Okay. So the supervisor was upset with the deceased because the deceased had started a protest about the injury that he took. The supervisor threatened everybody to say, don't talk to anybody about this. Like, explicitly, I will kill you. But the deceased wanted to get compensation for the maiming that he suffered at the factory and was prevented from getting proper medical treatment for by the factory at the time. So started protesting it, making it public. So this is the supervisor at least starting the process of causing problems. So I went to his house today this morning and waited for him to come out. When he came out, he was already so drunk he could barely walk straight. Right. So we know he was already drunk by the time he got on the bus right across the street from his house. He took a bus to this Soto shelter, I think. Okay, is this the shelter where his wife is? He went in and came back out after a while. He was rambling on. He then visited some house and went back to the shelter. All right. We still got a little bit of time. We got like 15 minutes before we're going to start wrapping up. This is like old times, not old times. This is like the recent past. We used to stream much more regularly, exceeding the 3 hours. But I try to make it a hard policy. We need to start wrapping up at 5 so I don't approach 6. Because if there ends up being a copyright claim on my videos, I like to be able to try to remove the music. We've had streams that went for like 6 hours and 2 minutes, and I have to take the whole stream down because of that. And he visited some house. This is probably his parents' house where he got the knife and pushed his father, breaking his father's leg. Now, that's the father's assertion, but we know there's blood on the knife, too. I think that's from the second factory worker, the one that fled the scene. So, House went back to the shelter, but the guards stopped him, so he headed into the park. So, I bet the first time he went to the shelter, there was an altercation at the shelter. There was probably some argument with his wife, and he was escorted out. Then he goes to his parents' house, gets a knife, goes back to the shelter. The guards prevent him from going in, so he still got the knife. He heads to the park. Gets into a fight with someone at the park. This is supposedly the guy doing a delivery person. I don't think he was working at the factory. This is the person that gets cut with the knife. But I had to take a leak. When I came back, he was passed out. I called Kim and he told me to dump the guy's phone if I find it. This is the phone in the weeds. So he's the one that knows why the phone was there, and likely that is Ghost, the deceased phone. Okay. And to dump the man in the river too. Okay. Why were his hands tied? I know I shouldn't have. I did everything he said, but I just couldn't leave him there like that. So I pulled him back out, but he was still unconscious. That's it. I'm telling the truth. Why did you call Kim at 12:10? That's because I thought it was odd the guy headed to the park, so I called Kim to report it. Hell of a liar you are, aren't you? I don't believe a word you just said. Officer Kim, take him to the cell. Okay, I don't think we've encountered Officer Kim yet. There is another one. The tiny lizard was told to escort somebody to their cell earlier. You gotta believe me, please. I didn't do anything. Okay. We need to get a statement from her. Like an actual statement. His mother, and she passes out. Okay, we still haven't got a statement from her. Alright, go to here. Scene record. At the park, we have the cell phone. Why it was in the bushes, that is something that... where is he? Oh, can tell us. And then the owner is... the victim. It's not completed. Interesting. mean, it's supposed to be the deceased. But it might not be. It might be somebody else's cell phone. Maybe it's the phone of the person who, like, when there is a period of time where this guy doesn't know what went on. He found him at the scene unconscious. Could this cell phone be essentially the actual killers? So I think it's still accurate to say he can tell us why it was found there, but we don't know that it's actually his. We only know that he took a cell phone and threw it away, threw it into the bushes. Okay, the person who vomited was definitely the victim. And it is related to the purple flower. Yes. I like this. I like this. 1, immediate feedback. The one who took the medicine is not his wife, his mother. Work uniform's owner is the deceased. His colleague is this guy. And his boss is Kim here. We don't know about the fishing rod. This is an unknown. The bloodstain was made because of the knife, and the DNA, based on assertion, is Kang. Yep. We'll have to check Kang's statement again. Yes. The knife is blunted. We'll have to check the DNA on the knife. So let's go and get that analysis done. We're going to have the identification team look at the knife. 41. He's a little bat. The sprites are all so cute. I like it. He's a grumpy little bat. Knife. Okay, we'll need digital forensics to look at the phone. We know who that blood stain was from, so we don't need DNA on that. I feel confident this was Kang, but let's verify that, actually. Oh, okay, we have those numbers here. That'll be useful. But let's look at our... Yes, we'll do that right away. Okay, great. Yay. Let's get these out of the way here. Knife. Okay, Kang's blood. So the victim has his blood on it. That's his hand. His hand is bandaged. He got that injury when he stabbed the wall, I think. When he got angry at the house. So he used the knife, stabbed the wall. That's why the knife is damaged. He used it against Kang. Kim was at the site. Ooh, the supervisor went to the site. When the guy called him, Kim went right to the park. And O wasn't there to see what happened. Kim was at the park. Okay. This is... Stuff is coming together. Okay. I'm pretty sure... Where is it? I feel like this is the wolf's bane caused him to vomit. Yep. Damage on the knife is related to the parents' house, the marks on the wall. Analysis results of the knife. So his blood... can we put Kang here? Determined by his testimony. That's not right. I think... Not his left hand, his right hand. Not the scar. I'm not certain on that now. left is the deceased. The middle is his co-worker. And the right is his boss. I think we're going to have to pick this up later, folks. We're making headway, though. We're starting to piece all the bits together. Kim's presence at the site really changes things. So Kim knows about where the mother is. I wonder if Kim visited there and found out some stuff. We need to figure out how the orange juice got there, because those are tampered bottles. That's one vector. The Wolfsbane wine that is missing from the parents' house, or the floral wine and the Wolfsbane flowers and the Wolfsbane in his stomach that he threw up. So we know that he had an allergic reaction to the mango. We know that he ingested a powerful poison. So there's a lot going on here. We know that Kim was at the site, and it's very probable that the victim was tied up for some of this. So after the altercation with Kang, Kim shows up. And what does Kim do? Like, one of the things is going to be determining the timeline and what actually kills him. So we'll see. We'll see. So. All right. But good start. I wasn't sure what to think going into this one. Some of the reviews on this talked about it being real frustrating. I get some of the call-outs and maybe some of the later cases, if there are later cases, are more difficult. But so far the mechanics seem right on, like this makes sense. So we'll see from there. But I hope everybody had a good time. What do you think? What do you think of For Your Tranquility, folks? I know Katz was a bit squicked by the content of the game, but setting that aside, I find it to be a pretty cool mystery game. So I'll probably schedule some more of this for next week. We're definitely going to be doing some Phoenix Wright and more of this. We'll see. We'll see. But we will also be doing some more coding tomorrow and more the coming week. Gonna try to make sure that we have some gaming between the coding so that we don't get overwhelmed doing any one thing. Keep it all fresh, So we'll go from there. So again, I hope everybody had a good time. If you haven't already and you like what you saw, remember to like and subscribe and similar. It will help the algorithm serve you up with more content that you like. And hopefully we'll serve you up with more of my streams. In the interim, everybody have a good day, and I hope to see you next time.